What? That's right. It is I, host Eric, and I am streaming. Why, you might ask? Why not, I might reply. Or I might provide some other answer. These are the sort of possibilities that exist when I say, what? I'm streaming? Yeah. I'm streaming. There's no point in lying about it any further. I am streaming. And I stream. You stream. We all stream. Because I stream. So saith the Bible, so saith all. If you love the Bible, hi Dark Sunshine, and who doesn't? You'll love the part of the Bible that says, hey, look, Eric's live streaming. That's my favorite part of the Bible. Anyway, we're back from our vacation. It was a good vacation. And the only thing that was missing from our vacation was dark sunshine. We had nothing but the extremely bright sunshine of the desert. Let me tell you, when it's 114 degrees, which it was the first day we were there, it was 114, officially. The car said it was 120. Anyway, when it's 114 degrees, you really wished your sunshine was a little darker. I can assure you of that. Excuse me. Big sneezes for little Eric. So we had a pretty uneventful trip to Laughlin. We spent a considerable amount of time doing the following things. Waking up late, going and getting whippets, coming back doing whippets, watching some TV. And saying, okay, let's start talking about getting a late lunch. Then we decide where to eat. We'd go and eat. We'd come back, we'd do more whippets. Then we'd watch some TV. I'd say, well, look, let's go get more boxes of whippets and take a little walk along the river, and then we'll come back here, do more whippets, and go to bed. I was right about Colorado. You know who else was right? Tiffany. She was right to hate Andrei Vasilevsky. You stink! Exclamation point. Underline, underline. Tiffany has very strong feelings about a few different sports stars, you know. She also really dislikes Serena Williams, whom she calls Lightning Face. Because at Wimbledon the other day, she had what at first appeared to be a tattoo of the state of California on her face. Turned out it was just some kind of athletic tape. And as she played, pieces of it fell off until she looked like she had a lightning bolt on her face. And then, like, most of the lightning fell off. Well, Tiffany's been saying for years that Serena Williams should change her name to Lightning Face. Needless to say, she was disappointed that she didn't follow through and stick with it. Tiffany also pointed out that if her name's Lightning Face, her country's not the USA, it's the sky. Hi, Boba Fett. How are you today? I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving. on the Indian subcontinent. Hi, Chrysalip. Chrysalip. You know, like a chrysalis, but for your lips. When your lips come out of their chrysalip, they emerge as beautiful butterflies. Over at the KKK, did that stand for Kentucky Fried Chicken? I don't know. Oh, the Cool Kids Club. Oh, extreme hot chili pepper chips. Hey, Eric, would you marry me? No. Not a chance in hell. You mean Biden? That old fogey's not any kind of president. He's even less presidential in some sense than Trump, who's like just a kick in the nuts to presidentialness. The funny thing is, it's like you hear people, Trump supporters and stuff, back in the day at the time of the election anyway, insisting the election must have been rigged because they couldn't think of anybody who liked Biden. It's crazy how different it is from state to state here. Laughlin, Nevada, where we just vacationed, is right at the corner. It's the tri-corner. It's at a tri-state county fair kind of thing, right? You know, California, Nevada, and Arizona all meet at this one spot at the Colorado River. Where California is right there, it doesn't have any city really. The closest city to that is Needles. But Laughlin, Nevada, and Bullhead City are on either side of the river. On Laughlin, it's very apolitical because it's like a vacation destination. As soon as you cross the river, every single political sign you see, and you see quite a few of them, they all say the same thing. Staunch, fiscal, social conservative, hashtag MAGA, Trump supported, Trump endorsed. It's crazy. It's so different than California, and it's just across the river, you know? But it's vastly different than California. You know, as soon as I walked across the street into the first gas station in Arizona, what do I see? T-shirt racks. I say, "Let's go, Brandon." D'Amico for mayor. I don't know if that's the same D'Amico I'm thinking of, but that guy is such a fascist. The thing is, I identify more with conservatives in some sense than with liberals, but I don't identify with either of them really at all, because neither of them even know what the fuck they're talking about, right? It's like, I saw on the news, apparently it's actually happening. You're getting abortion banned states and abortion protected states. Crazy, huh? But, you know, I said, well, you know, whatever you think about it, that is the correct conclusion. It was never a federal matter. The federal government never had any business having anything to say about it. It's not among their enumerated powers, and they didn't justify it with the 10th Amendment like they should have. No, Mr. Peter Gollum. Whatever happens, whether Trump wins or a Democrat wins, it's going to be your fault. Because you're a team person, right? You're trying to find somebody to blame rather than being an adult. Doesn't matter what happens, it's going to be fucked up. And it's going to be your fault. And everybody like you. Because I'm the only adult, apparently. The thing is, California is just like any place else, you know? It's like, There's regular people doing regular shit mostly, but and a lot of parts of California are very conservative. It's just that they don't comprise the cities, you know. Serious girl? Why? You don't think you're good enough for me? No, I'm in a relationship. I'm in my last relationship already. Thank you very much. I mean, the thing is, I don't want to vote for any of those people, right? I don't want to hear, I want to vote for anybody who says any of the following words: corruption, big pharma, corporations, entitlement, universities, etc., right? I don't want to talk about anybody who says any of that bullshit. That's not politics, that's mythology. That's picking your enemies, blaming your blamers, and not caring that it's being a child. So I don't want to talk about anything related to any of that shit. It's fucking ridiculous. Do we have an issue with the way healthcare is done in this country? Sure. Is it because of big pharma? No. It's because of health insurance. The whole system of health insurance is fucked up, and making it mandatory is just like doubling down on your stupidity. It's insane. There's no reason to have this incredibly inflationary middleman be required between everybody and their actual health consumption product needs, you know? It's like, if you think about healthcare as a product, it's insane. It's absolutely insane that you should have this insurance that lets you get whatever medical shit you want done and never have to pay for it as long as you meet the deductible or whatever. That's just going to encourage endless amounts of unnecessary testing by TE doctors who want to gather data just to look at it. If you want to blame something, blame that reality, that architectural reality, and let's change it. And the actual advocacy is, if you wanted to change it in a non-dramatic fashion, you could keep your mandate, but you could require people to only get freaking catastrophic health care coverage, which is to say high deductible, low premium, low services provided, no services provided. That's what people need. That's how you can justify the mandate using a free riders argument anyway. See, this is actual policy discussion that I'm doing. See the difference between what I'm doing and what you're doing? You see how important it is to do it right? I mean, I think the idea of pretending like healthcare is not subject to the same economic realities as every other product is insane. It's just insane. And, you know, what happens when you try to you know, no matter what you do with it, it's always going to be a best of private-public partnership. And that's maybe at worst, too. It's not like I think the American system of a private-public partnership is better than single-payer. I don't know which European country you're talking about, you know. Let's talk about Canada. Is it better than that? No, I think it's worse than that. Because at least in Canada, you can get your government insurance, but it's incredibly shitty. But if you want to have better insurance, you can pay for it yourself. At least there's that fucking reality, right? Which is fair, just, and true. The point is, the current American system is guaranteed to infinitely and endlessly blow healthcare costs way out of any kind of manageability. That's completely nonsense, Putler Gollum. Doctors prescribe opiates for almost everything. I never get prescribed any opiates. No, I mean, you have to fight for opiates. You got to go in and pretend to be in pain or whatever. It's not true. It's comparatively easier, perhaps, to get on psych drugs like Adderall or benzos or something, but that's because people want to be on them. It's rare that people are taking drugs that don't help them, that they don't like, that they don't want to be on. Like, Rachel was on the wrong drugs for a long time, kept telling them that, but she was in a really fucked up situation with her mom basically working against her to keep her fucked up, like in dark triad shit, you know. But but as soon as she actually had some say in the matter, because we paid for it ourselves rather than using any kind of health insurance, we got her on the right combo of drugs, and bam, she's cured, you know. So it's not like those drug companies don't provide services; they do. Until those three drugs existed, Rachel was uncurable. I don't know how long ago those three drugs came into existence. That's not my point. People like Rachel were uncurable. Now it's completely curable. Big, huge, massive fucking difference. You know? Are doctors morons? Yes. Why? Well, in large part because they, too, are supposed to never factor in money. So things go insane when you never factor in actual costs. You know? Have you ever been anywhere outside the American continent? Yeah. I worked in Shanghai for 3 months. I set up a school in Taipei, Taiwan. I've been to Germany, England, Austria, Italy. Germany only like the airport. Finland like the airport. Spent a couple weeks in Moscow and St. Petersburg. I have been to Canada and Mexico. Hawaii many, many times. Never been to Alaska. Good enough, serious girl? Oh, that's right. I also worked for a couple weeks setting up a debate tournament at a boarding school in Wuxidong, 10 City of the West. Miserable little place, let me tell you. If you'd like to see some of my very, very first videos on the channel, they're travel logs from Wuxidong, China. When are they going to come up with an SI backstack healing drug? Can't heal cognitive functions. I was thinking earlier today, talking with Rachel in the car about it actually, how my dad, when I was growing up, I regularly got the following. Oh, you're just being wimpy. You're not really, whatever, not feeling well, like too uncomfortable or whatever. So, 2014, I think. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh. Well, the reason is because I'm both conscious of it, but it's like, well, Rachel wanted me to explain more. She's like, well, what do you mean exactly? Like, are you SIing less or something? I'm like, or SIing worse? And I'm like, no, it's just kind of like, well, it's less. It's like my SI updates less frequently. For me, all of a sudden I'm starving. I was fine a second ago and now I'm starving, right? If you got it in second slot, you're well aware of that. In fact, SI is all about planning that shit. When you get up in the morning and your SI tool, you know what you're doing for lunch already. And you are going to do that. You know? And you'll definitely have lunch at the time you are planning to have lunch at. And then you probably know what you're doing after that as well. You may have a little chunk of time in the evening that you're going to you haven't specified in your head what it is, but you know it's going to involve TV and snacks and whatever, you know. Because if you're SI high up, that's the primary kind of attention you're doing. You're paying attention to your day, your energy level, what you're doing now, how much energy you have to do it, what you're going to do later, how much energy that's going to require, whether you're hungry, whether you're thirsty, you're paying attention to all that shit all the time. Just well, not all the time, but if it's tool, it's like as a general MO. So, it's natural that my dad would think I'm like faking it or being wimpy when I was fine a second ago and now all of a sudden I'm supposedly in great distress, right? But that's how I experience it. I have an equivalent with my second slot TI and fourth slot TI of this lady in Arizona who worked at the Waffle House that I went to as I traveled back to California from Arizona. I left at 3 in the morning to come back. I wanted to get home relatively early in the day, So it was the middle of the night. And this lady, instead of adding 10% surcharge to my bill because it was takeout as a tip, it's like a mandatory tip. They do it for whatever reason, or for obvious reasons, and I was fine with it. She kept trying to add $10, then 10%. And I was trying to explain to her, no, listen, lady, I just got a cup of coffee and I just got a large coffee is all I think all I got. I might have gotten something else. No, I got something else because the total was $6 or something. She kept trying to make it like $16 or something. And she wouldn't listen to me to hear me explain the TI of it. Instead, she kept trying to execute this algorithm she had on a piece of paper in front of her that listed out the steps she was supposed to take. And when that didn't work, she called her boss in the middle of the fucking night and kept calling her until she woke up and verified that what I was telling her was correct. Now, to me, that's just nutty, right? Like, you gotta be shitting me. My dad must feel that way about my fourth slot SI. Yeah, SE is a crazy mixed up unconscious thing for me. The only thing that seems to work, there's one thing that seems to work opposite. It is not true that all of Europe has the same health insurance policies. I guess you're not a serious girl. That is ridiculous. I was see, and that's the weird thing, Dark Sunshine. I think I've been accused of, and I think I kind of self-identify as unreliable, but I rarely get accused of, or do I self-identify exactly, nor do other people I think perceive me as lazy necessarily. So it's like I'm seen more as unreliable, but not really lazy. I think SE fourth seems more like lazy, but not unreliable. At least in INFJs. And I suspect it's true of INTJs as well, but I'm generalizing from my own personal experience, which is much more in depth with INFJ than with INTJ. You go to the Golden Bird today? What's the Golden Bird? Is that like a chicken place or something? Oh, Phoenix? You're going to Phoenix? I think that's the Fiery Bird. Oh, McDonald's. McDonald's is the Golden Bird. Because the M and the... I see. With my brain, not with my eyes. But I see it visually with my eyes inside my brain too. It's lazy because I don't do most shit. I don't do shit most of the time, but also sometimes I'm reliable when I promise to do something, but then I don't have the SE energy to do it. You'll probably at least give them a heads up, though. You know, you'll call them and shit. Well, like Rachel's... Okay, well, so I don't know if you guys heard. Rachel and I had a little bit of a problem on our way to the wonderful world of Laughlin. We pulled over to get a water out of our luggage to put into the bong so we could smoke some bong rips. And I just barely fucking pull off the road, right? Onto this little, like, driveway looking thing. But it's going downhill. And I just barely pull off, but I can feel the car sink a little bit. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, I stopped. I'm like, I hope I just didn't get us stuck in the sand. Sure enough, I couldn't move. So I couldn't go back. Okay, I couldn't go backwards. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just pull forwards over this way and I'll turn around here and I'll get back onto the road that way. And I pull forward more. I just got even more stuck in the sand. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. So I go outside. It's 110 fucking degrees at least. In the middle of the desert. I'm in this patch of desert that's between I-40 and the military live fire testing range. And I tried putting down some shit behind my wheels. And then I'm like, spin. I'm just like, fuck this. This is ridiculous. It's too hot. I gotta call a tow truck. So I just tried calling a tow truck. And they're telling me it's gonna be like $550 minimum just to come out there. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck that noise. I hang up. Then I remember, aha, hold on, Eric. You have AAA. So I called AAA. And they came and did it for free. The guy came out. He was a little sassy with me, like, I'm like, I kind of tried putting some stuff behind the wheels. He's like, how long you try for? I'm like 5 minutes maybe, but it was like, pretty soon I just said, fuck that, it's too hot out here. So anyway, he winched it, but he only winched it like halfway, and then this cop came, and that threw everybody off their game, I think. The tow truck driver, because to winch it to begin with, he had to completely block this little road we were on. Just like square fucking 90 degrees, completely block it. You could not possibly go around him. So it wasn't long before the cops come. The cops like, are you okay? Are you okay? Thinking we crashed. I'm like, we didn't crash. I literally just pulled like 5 feet off the fucking road. And I got stuck. You can see I got stuck first here. And I had no choice but to pull forward. And then I got way more stuck. I should have just stood where I was and tried to push it or something at that point. Because I was so close to the road. Then I could have pushed it maybe. The middle of the fucking day. It was like 2 p.m. It was blazing hot. So as I'm on the phone with AAA, who comes driving by? This guy in a beat up kind of looking truck. He leans to the window. You need some help? I'm like, well, yeah, I could maybe. As I'm walking towards him, right? He's like, hey, we got my friend. We'll come get you out of here. And then I look at him as I'm getting close to him. He's got teardrop tattoos under his eyes. Like they give you in prison, you know? So, I don't know why I put prison in scare quotes. Anyway. So, I'm like, well, you know what? Actually, I'm already on the phone with AAA, so thank you anyway, though. I really appreciate it. Because I realized, okay, Eric, I know it's the middle of the day, but you are off on this little side road within easy sight of I-40. But still, this guy's probably totally harmless and just wants to be a good Samaritan like anybody else. But before I could say, sure, come help me, I thought better of it. I was just like, this guy looks like the sketchiest motherfucker I have ever seen. I should probably not ask him for help. Although it probably would have done him some good. He would have been like, hey, this guy treated me like a normal human being, unlike most people, and was appreciative of my help, and then, gave me $30 or whatever. We ended up, I was going to just walk away from the AAA thing, having shown him my AAA card and my driver's license. But Rachel's like, don't you think you should tip him? I guess I probably should tip him. So we tipped the guy $30. Anyway, not to shit on people who got teardrop tattoos, okay? I'm sure you're perfectly nice people. It's just a little scary to suburbanites like me, even me. And I'm not easily scared by bullshit, but I know felons and people who've been in jail and stuff, but that's a little scary. I get the fact that the system's whack and you might catch a felony on some bullshit, and if you're not me, you're at the mercy of the prosecutor, So anyway, fortunately they pulled us out of the sand eventually. The cop came by and he was like, I just want to make sure you're okay. And once he realized we didn't crash, that we just stupidly got stuck in the sand, he's like, yeah, it turns to mush pretty quick out there. All right, well, have a good day. It wasn't interesting to him anymore once he realized we didn't crash. We're just idiots, Not we. I'm dragging Rachel in this. This is all Eric, okay? Let's not lie to ourselves. This is pure Eric's idiocy. Although, for once, Rachel, I don't think she had time to say, we had to get this fucking tow truck to winch it. First, he winched us halfway out, and then we both tried to rev our way out, and we still couldn't get out. So then he had to move the truck and winch me the rest of the way. Which is what he should have done in the first place. But we got, like I said, rattled by the appearance of the cop. He got rattled because he's blocking the whole road. I get rattled because I'm thinking, oh, he probably thinks we crashed because we're drunk or something. I wasn't really rattled. I just wanted to reassure him that, no, we're not drunk and we didn't crash. I'm just stupid. Yeah, I tried that for a good 5 minutes, Boba Fett, so just fuck off, okay? If you knew how hot it was, if you felt how hot that shit was, I'm glad I didn't wait any longer outside than that. I was getting sunburned feet. I was wearing my flip-flops, for fuck's sake. Look, I already got fucking little scrapes on one of these legs from falling down when I was trying to push the car. It was shitty, let me tell you. I'm too old for that shit. I'm 51 now. I'm too old for that shit. I don't like it. I never liked it. I used to be capable of it. I still, in theory, am, but then, no, fuck that noise. The thing is, here's the truth, Boba Fett. I had my hiking boots and a pair of socks in the car. But I didn't think to put them on until afterwards. We tried it. The other thing is Rachel can't drive a stick shift, so it's not like I can push and she can steer. When I'm pushing, there's just nobody in the car. We're trying to make it go just with pure arms. Well, that's not gonna work. So, hey, Oliver Linehan. India's heat is measured in Kelvin. That's fucking cold. 110. It's nothing. Anybody could handle that. It's true. Admit it, Boba Fett. In India, they measure temperature in Kelvin. You know, it's really cold when it's 0 degrees in India. Absolutely nothing's moving, not even at the atomic level. Did I finish the trimetamia? Oh, right. So, anyway. Oh, I did finish the trimetamia. Which is, those three states are very different. People in Arizona are super pro-Trump. Everything's super conservative, at least at Bullhead City, you know. But you get across the river, it's apolitical, and you drive up through into LA County anyway, and it gets apolitically liberal. It's not like anybody's a Biden fan, really, but you won't say any, hardly, you know, the pro-Trump stuff is loud and stands out, but it's rare. Melting Zero, stop being discriminatory. Nobody likes a discriminator. Am I not seeing Melting Zero? Oh, I see. His name. That's why. Yeah. He hates Kelvin. But one thing we can all agree about Melting Zero is that he hates Kelvin. So we had a great time, you know. We watched some TV, watched some tennis. We took mushrooms and watched Lightning Pace lose to that lady, Harmony Tan. I suggested that Harmony Tan should get together with Beige Dawn, get married and name themselves Harmony Beige Tan Dawn. Yeah, there were a lot of anti-Trump signs back when shit was active, you know. But the thing is, in the conservative world, they're still broiling mad that Biden won the election, even though Trump won the election before that without even winning the popular vote. It's like that's when you get team crazy, right? It's like if you get all team crazy, you don't even have any kind of rational capacity for political thought, apparently. I don't know. I hate both the fucking teams. And everybody who teamed up with either team of them. But of course, you know, I'll probably have to run as one of them. One of those teams. So I'm going to start off by saying, listen, I'm not part of this fucking team shit, alright? So you just take your team shit, put it in a box, title it to myself, your address, your zip code, your state, and mail it to yourself, and open it and eat the contents, okay? Yeah, that's the only team worth being in. It's called the adults. The children are playing cowboys and Indians. The adults realize they're neither. Right? Not your kind of Indians, Boba Fett. The kind of Indians you shoot with revolvers. Happy Friday. Oh yeah, it's Friday. It's late. It's 3:14 in the a.m. Oof. That would normally be fast asleep time, except somebody, I'm going to let you guess who. Somebody picked up a new bottle of something today. And maybe some of you might be able to guess who and what. Fill in that someone and something. It's not Santa Claus and Rome. You know what I discovered they have? And it's fucking fantastic. They've got Guinness now, non-alcoholic. Isn't that amazing? It's so good. Well, I cracked one of these things the other night. It almost made me cry because Guinness was one of those things that I just had to accept that I was just never gonna have again. I'm gonna go get another one. I'll be right back. Hello. Hello. You're a good cat man. You must live in Kathmandu. Because you're such a manly kitty. I'm back with two fine non-alcoholic beers, Stella and Guinness. If somebody here was saying, it's not really non-alcoholic, it's less than 0.05% plus still some alcohol. Man, I don't give a fuck. Close enough. It's not like my religion, right? I'm just actually avoiding alcohol. If this has a teeny bit of alcohol in it that makes it taste good, well, so does orange juice, I'm not going to stop drinking orange juice. Well, you know what, though, Melting Zero? You may not be able to melt things at 0 degrees Kelvin, but you are currently melting Kelvin's heart, and that counts for something. It's cold in here all of a sudden. I don't know who turned on the cold. I've been so used to being hot. But the problem, of course, this is why I just started kind of feeling sick on yesterday afternoon. You might say, well, maybe it was the incredibly large amount of whippets you had done. We decided, first we started gamble. We gambled a little bit, We lost a couple $100 gambling. And then, I said, you know what is a better gamble? Buying whippets. Buying whippets. I love non-alcoholic beer. If I could afford it, I'd drink it all the time. But it's expensive, Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, Dark Sunshine, I'll tell you, for the first several years of being sober, I didn't let myself drink non-alcoholic beer. For the reason I thought, fuck it, why do I want this half-assed bullshit not beer thing? That's just going to make me want beer. Blah, blah, blah. I had those same kind of thoughts. And then it wasn't until actually I was dating Kimberly, so I had been sober quite a long time. I went and I saw they had this Heineken Zero came out. It was right when Heineken Zero came out. And I'm like, you know what? It's 0.0%. It doesn't have any alcohol at all in it. So, fuck it. I'll have one of those. I'll try one of those. and it was like a religious experience. It was so fucking good. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted. And it's like, oh my god, I missed you so much, beer. Not anymore. I did. Yeah, I started off in Alcoholics Anonymous. I was in AA all the time I was in China, too. I went to the meetings a lot there because there really wasn't anything else to do. Meetings of expats from all different countries, but they conducted the meetings in English, which is convenient for Americans. We don't really speak any other languages. Anywho, I speak pretty good Spanish, actually. My Spanish is not bad. I just don't get much of a chance to use it, but I got a pretty big vocabulary in Spanish. I could generally express myself if I think about it for a bit. Hey, Mountain Zero. Don't be talking shit about my woman. You too, huh? Nostofos? When I was really trying to get better at Spanish, I would make an effort to read La Opinion every couple of days. You know, because I had this routine when I used to work, have to get to work at the same time every day. Um, uh, you get in some habits, you know. Got in the habit of, this is back when they sold newspapers. That was a long time ago. But I wouldn't, every like few days, like, instead of getting the Times to get La Opinion, try to read that shit. Eventually I found that it's easier to read Spanish than it is to speak it. Because if you can figure out a bunch of the shit when you're reading it, and then contextually kind of get the gist of what's going on. Although sometimes you just have to look shit up. Well, it's like when that guy Joe caught me off guard with that question. Like, what's your favorite type or whatever? Or I'm like, I don't really know any. It's like, I did not mean any insults to anybody. I just forgot about everybody. It's like I forgot about my own daughter. It's ridiculous. That's how unfair it is to ask an ENTP FI questions. You just can't do that shit. They're gonna fuck it up 100% of the time. That's why it's called the place of least resistance. Does being a heavy sleeper have to do with cognitive functions? Yeah, I think that SI1 and probably SI3 sleep pretty heavy. I'm medium heavy sleeper. I'm not sure. But I know that not being a good sleeper definitely goes along with SI8 and probably SI6. Probably SI7 too, but they don't think of it that way. But they don't experience it as such, so it's not. Have I ever thought I was another type? No. Not even for a second. As soon as I read, the first thing I encountered about MBTI was just the type descriptions. I didn't know anything about the cognitive functions or anything. I was still in my 30s when I first encountered that, which is surprising. Usually people encounter it in high school or in college or something like that. Well, I did not encounter MBTI until my 30s, early 30s. And when I first read the type descriptions online, which was all there was, I immediately knew I was an ENTP, and I burst into tears, and I was like, oh, finally there's at least a name for what's wrong with me. You know? Well, it's like, I had always felt like such a fucking alien, you know? Like, why is nobody else like me at all? Why am I so weird? Like, why do I fit in so badly with everybody? But it didn't really like hurt my feelings or something. Because I got how to fit in, but I also got that if I did that, it wouldn't be satisfying. It'd be even less satisfying than not fitting in. So it was like always just a nightmare, but I had no good explanation for it at all. I had no explanation. When I first read TypeScript, I burst into tears. At having seen myself at least described so nicely for a change. Then I kind of forgot about it. I mean, I didn't forget about it, but I didn't. I afforded MBTI the amount of attention it deserved without cognitive functions, right? If you don't read anything about cognitive functions, it doesn't really deserve that much attention. It's just some type descriptions and no explanation as why. And so, you know, I never forgot about it until my early 40s or maybe mid 40s. That's when I found out about cognitive functions. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is interesting. I made a video about it. It did well on YouTube compared to my other videos, which weren't even intended really for audience. They were just me musing some thoughts about like notes for a book and stuff, you know. Anyhow, then I started looking into it, and I was like, well, it's really interesting, but it's not right. First, I thought, oh, okay, I guess socionics got it right. They're the people who got it. MBTI got it wrong, socionics got it right. But then I started looking more into it. They clearly didn't get it right either. So I tried my own kind of approach to explaining it, modeling it, whatever you want to say, taxonomy it, but it fell apart. It was just like, no, that's not right. And I tried another thing with like subtypes in it. No, that's not right. Until finally I said, okay, you just got to get rid of everything that's bullshit, first of all. And once you get rid of everything that's bullshit, then you can start with some things, right? But the problem was, even then, it didn't reveal itself right away. It revealed itself gradually over time. Because you keep running into these problems. Well, what's this problem I keep having? I'm trying to describe this cognitive function, but it looks different whether I'm describing it from a subject's perspective, me doing it, or whether I'm describing it as an object of analysis, not attached to any specific individual, whether I'm describing somebody else doing it, whether I'm describing somebody who's doing it, and it's naturally a subject function, whether I'm describing somebody who's doing it, it's not naturally a subject function, but they're naturally a subject type. When I'm describing somebody who's doing it, it's not naturally a subject function, and they're not naturally a subject type. Those are all considerations in how we talk about cognitive functions that nobody ever explains or accounts for. And it's because we have to acknowledge, first and foremost, that everything occurs through these three perspectives of subject, observer, object. And that every time anybody says anything, it comes with an implied set of those that we utilize as a critical ways of understanding, but sort of unconsciously, right? You know, without really being aware that we're doing it, because it's all implied usually. But the problem is the limits of what we can imply with it have constrained the limits of our understanding of reality in undesirable ways. But most of all, Peter didn't teach you, before you start talking about the parts that must be dealt with irrationally, the first thing you got to do is make sure you understand correctly all the parts that can be rationally explained. The only parts that can't really be rationally explained is to say, they can still be rationally explained. It's just that you can't expect an explanation to be an experience, right? And just because I don't have tests that allow us to empirically validate everything. Well, that's because of this subject, agent, object conundrum we have. Some of the things we're testing for are actually subject kinds of things. They're making them a lot easier to test for. And only a couple of them link to skills like that, you know? Yeah, I do recount the same critical elements again and again, because, it's like, well, for a couple of reasons. One, it's how I know things. Really, the way I know things is by repeating myself, but in slightly different ways. The more I explain it, the more thoroughly I teach something, the more I genuinely know it. Like my mom used to say, you only really know something once you've taught it. But, regardless, it's also worth repeating because, well, largely it's the same old audience. People learn at different rates, and people remember things in different ways, Why do you think the commercials on TV repeat? It's not because they're afraid you missed it the first time. No, not everybody's intuitive around here. The thing is, and I really don't like the fact that we've we've called people who have intuition first intuitives, because intuitive is too much of a loaded word, right? It should be like pretenders and practicers. It's like that'd be much more fair, because this is what we are. We're not intuitives, we're pretenders. We like to pretend. Alright? We're intuitards. I hate the positive fucking connotations of these words, these loaded words. Because most people are more caught up in either the heuristics of it, the unconscious FE, or the conscious FE than you. The vast, vast majority of people are. Very few of us are TI DOMs or even TI Tool. ESTPs aren't even that common, I don't think. ENTPs are incredibly uncommon as far as I can tell. I think we've got to be the least common type. There are very, very few of us. Almost everybody you think might be an ENTP is, even if you're good at typology, is probably an ENFP. And I don't say that because I want to be rare. It's just, it's like, I guess it's hard to tell because for INFJs and ENTPs both, there are such throngs of fake ones around us that, that for every authentic one, there's at least 10 or a dozen or 2 dozen fake ones. So maybe that makes it seem like we're rarer than we are or something, but I don't know. For ENTPs, it makes sense that we're both rare and that I don't encounter them very often, so that could be an argument against their rarity to some extent. Like, ENTPs don't necessarily want to come around each other very much. They're busy doing their own thing. Like, whatever happened to fucking Chill Oasis guy? Well, he's busy doing his own thing. He doesn't give a fuck about any of us. That guy's an ENTP. Say you're an ENXP who scores about 50-50 on the T and the F. That's always useful stupidity. Yeah, I don't know how rare INFJs are. Prior to Rich, I'd ever only really encountered one in real life, but INFJs decide if they're going to be your friend. It doesn't work the other way around. If they don't decide that, you're not going to notice them. They're just going to slide right on past you. You know? Yeah. I'm an ENFPT with a lot of sensing. With strong SE. This guy come in the other day. What was he? ENTJ? ESTJ? I don't remember. Thought he was an INFP. I was like, you have no idea what extroverted sensing is, obviously. Or the difference between 6 and 7. Oh my God, it's massive. See, that's the thing. If you're looking at it from an observer's perspective, it would seem that somebody who's got SE6 does a lot more SE in reliable ways, than somebody's got it even in the first slot. Certainly way more than the 7th. The point is, SE is not optimally used to follow through on what you already planned to do. It's optimally used to be opportunistic. So that's what makes, from our third-party observer perspective, it seemed like ESFJs and ESTJs have such good SE. It's because it's predictable, and we understand the teleology of it because it's useful to them, and we can observe that. I mean, the thing is, despite that lady, you're saying to be okay with something I'm flatly and irreversibly not okay with? Be okay with what? I mean, I don't care if you're okay with whatever. You don't have to be okay with it. You can be not okay with it. As long as we're in agreement that it's it, I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. Problem that we get is when we're in disagreement about whether it's it. That starts to annoy me. Once we're in agreement, hey, feel however you want. It's like that song says. Everything you feel and everything you think is alright, 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 alright. It's true, I've thought about that lyric before. Everything you think and feel is fine, no matter what it is. Because you're just thinking or feeling it, right? That's the whole point. You only fuck up when you say things or do things. Because those are forms of action. It doesn't mean that everything you think and feel is necessarily healthy or good for you or whatever. Like if you're telling yourself what a horrible person you are all the time in your own head, you stupid fucking shit, I hate myself so much. If you're doing that shit in your head, I mean, I'd recommend not. But it's still alright. It's fine. You haven't done anything wrong. You know? You haven't done anything. That's the point. You haven't done anything. Speaking is doing something, but you haven't done anything. If you're just talking about your feelings and your thoughts, then everything you think and everything you feel is alright, 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 alright. Oh, you tried to explain something to somebody who didn't want to have that explanation? They're not going to listen to you. They have to actually want your explanation for some reason. Almost nobody wants an explanation. When I ask people for explanations of things, they look at me dumbfounded like, what do I look like? The explaining man? I just asked why it's like this. Why? Who would ask such an appalling question? You're asking me to explain something to you? Yes. When I ask them at the CVS, well, why is it like this? They look at me like, no matter how nicely I ask, it doesn't matter if I'm nice or not. They always look at me appalled. What kind of monster asks these kind of questions? Can you explain the kindness versus correctness value question in relation to why kindness is the better answer? Well, it's nicer. It's kinder. That's why. It's more Jesus-like. I mean, in any given particular, and this is the trap of positive moral indications, right? In any given particular instance, it's always nicer and kinder and good to do the positively morally indicated thing. But if you don't adhere to a standard in terms of enforcing consequences for failing to uphold your negative obligations, then you're doing society as a whole a disservice, right? So you've got to separate, in matters of jurisprudence, the emotional end of things from the legal end of things. When he uses the word interface, he's talking about two kinds of functions, TE and FE. Two functions he's talking about. Those are one kind of function called an interface function, but there's two of them, TE and FE. TE is the interface function that interfaces with things that have their own logic, like basically everything in the world, right? Now note, because we live in a commercial society, almost everything's been TE'd to death for us ahead of time, so we don't have to do much TE. When I go through the line of McDonald's, though, because they didn't TE it quite perfectly, I've given up ordering my double cheeseburgers without pickles. I've just given up. I just throw them out the window. Right? Because it's like, it's a crapshoot. If you get an SI type, it's not a problem to order 4 McDoubles with no pickles. If you get an NI type, like especially SI Polar, SI8, there's no fucking way they're going to remember the rest of your order after they manually entered each of those McDoubles and then removed the pickles from them. Why? Because whoever TE'd their system didn't put a apply to all button for no pickles. You know? So I have to TE how to order there. And eventually, for a while, I changed the way I ordered. I was like, okay, order everything else first and then the burgers last. And then I'd sometimes remember something that I would forget. So then I just said, fuck it. Stop worrying about this whole thing. Just get it with the pickles. Do you even not like pickles? It's just habit to always get it without pickles. Sometimes you kind of like the pickles. They're not so bad. We do live in a society. It's true. We live in a society, right? The point is, we live in a commercial society. So as a consequence, people are incentivized to TE for us. People don't buy shit that's inconvenient to buy unless it's extremely difficult to get, like drugs. And even then, it's like, I put up with a lot of inconvenience to get my Adderall just because sometimes I have to. But sometimes I don't put up with any inconvenience. It's not really inconvenience, it's just waiting. Waiting without knowing, or going and complaining. Today, I called the doctor's office on the drive back. I came home. We watched something. We took a nap. And then by the time I got up, the pharmacy had said, your prescription is ready for pickup. I didn't even think it was going to be, I thought it was probably a day early. But no. Just barely meets the 48 hours, so they said, all right, come get it. I was just like, oh, well, that's nice. That's a nice surprise. I feel like even though it's the same exact kind of Adderall this month, the same little white pills, I don't feel the same way about this bottle, which proves it was just I was not in a good place going into that bottle to begin with. I'm totally in a good place now, coming out of this vacation, feeling like relaxed and yeah. You have a recent trauma from trying to change the toaster settings and consistently burning your toast, and I just went back to not eating. I got something like that too that I messed with, and now it's consistently fucking things up, and I haven't changed it back yet. What is it? Something like that. Oh, I can't think of it at the moment. Maybe it'll come to me. But there's something in my life that's like that too. That makes those same kinds of. You could replace toaster and settings with some two other things, and I just can't remember what it is. The first issue is the person running the register input, no pickles or not. Then if it notes it's either to all or no, or to all, or is noted with each. It's noted with each one. In other words, you can't tell them in advance. I want all of them with no pickles and have them be informed enough for that to inform what they do. What they do is necessarily have to say, one McDouble, add no pickles. Because that's their system. It's add something. You always add something. You never take away anything. There's nothing they can do about it. The thing is, the people with good SI, or like good working memory, working autobiographical memory, I guess you'd say, will still remember the rest of your order after they've entered the 4 McDoubles. The ones with SI 7 or 8, or even maybe 6, I'm not sure, they can't remember it for shit. They go, okay, what else did you want? And you go, and what? And then you like talk over each other, and it's just like, okay, fuck this. I am done with this no pickles request. I am just done with it. Ancient ruler known for fortune telling. Oracle Torrible? Did the Torrible one day rule in the land of Atlantis? The Torah bull is a very large and powerful bull mentioned in the Torah. Tarot Pharaoh. Oh. Okay, yours makes more sense. Yours makes a lot more sense than mine. Okay, fine. You win. Fine, you proved it again. Thanks a lot. You proved I'm a big loser. Thanks. It's fine. It's fine. My self-esteem is... I'm like that guy. Anybody ever watch this show called The Super Overpowered Hero Who's like impossibly cautious? Anybody ever watch that? And he's like, hurry up, heal me. And she's like, oh my God, what happened? And he's like, I was at 10 million hit points. Now I'm at 9,999,997 hit points. It was pretty funny. I enjoyed that cartoon. It was only one season of it, I think, but I'm done with it already. It was pretty funny. I liked it a lot. Okay, well, whatever kind of memory you want to call it, Peter didn't teach you. The same shit that I test with. It's the same. It's the same memory that I test with the SI tests. It's the same reason why, if you're telling an SI story, they can't follow the details of it very well, and they won't be able to recount them back to you. It's the same kind of thing. No, FE is not the ethics of emotions, okay? And FI is not the ethics of relationships, because ethics means something specific. Extroverted feeling is a way of paying attention that accounts for social position, social impact, emotional sway, and a whole range of other factors. Okay? It operates both as a data gathering mechanism that gathers data that conforms to the kind of thing that I'm talking about. And then that's why it's part of the knowing function. It's the kind of data you can only know about. You can't decide about. Okay? To talk about things right. The point is that FE and FI aren't ethical systems, right? They're ways of paying attention. FI links to matters we often consider to be moral matters lots of times. The reason why people experience trauma after witnessing something incredibly awful, even if it didn't happen to them or anybody they know, is because we are wounded morally, spiritually, on an FI level by witnessing it. It leaves a psychic scar. And equivalently, people are react with what you might call, this is obviously much less significant, but what you might call sympathetic shame. Shit they watch on TV makes them cringe like this, even though it's not real people, it's not really happening, they're just actors, and it's just a little box over there anyway. How can it have this physical impact on you? It does, if you're FE, for sure. So those things are true, that both FI and FE concretize in important ways, and that you can easily articulate the linkage of the FI one to things that are often considered moral matters. But whether or not any given one of those was immoral, what they witnessed, is not necessarily the case, right? It can still be traumatic and not be immoral. Whereas it's much less likely that FE is going to be scarred by somebody paying attention with extroverted feeling will know to be appalled by something that's appalling, and know when you should just express lamentation over something that's tragic, right? And FI won't care if it happened to somebody that you love, or even if it didn't. FI doesn't. The whole point about people having individual feelings is that they're not really. You can explain them, but it doesn't matter, because your explanation is attempting to universalize something that's never going to be universalizable. And when you try to universalize it, and it better be making a kind of message that's appropriately vague, right? So, for example, I remember one time, and it still almost makes me cry thinking about it. I was listening to NPR back when I used to listen to NPR occasionally. And they were covering this Dallas shooting, and the police person they interviewed referred to the citizens as civilians. And I burst into tears in the car. It made me so sad and angry. Because, of course, the police are not an occupying army. And they're not the National Guard. We aren't civilians. They're our fellow citizens, supposedly. And yet we've militarized them so much that they don't even talk about us as fellow citizens anymore. So, most people would say, Eric, just because the cop they were interviewing said it's really important that we get the civilians to safety rather than the citizenry to safety is not a good reason to cry. But I fucking sobbed about that. And I didn't cry at all about any of the killing part. That's FI for you. You know? That's FI for you. It doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't make any sense. It's the part of you that's subjective and arbitrary. The reason why I treat Rachel the way I treat Rachel, which is just give her whatever she wants, and basically nobody gets to expect anything from Rachel except for me. I only expect one thing. And I was saying, well, you might say, well, that's not fair. Why don't you treat me like that? Because I don't love you. I don't even like you, probably. That's why. Because FI doesn't give a fuck. When people say, I trust my feelings, all they're really saying is, I don't give a fuck. That's all they're saying. I don't care about you, and I don't give a fuck. That's what trusting your feelings means. Mind is right. That is only moral model that works. I mean, you have to discuss whether you're talking about it as a normative model that's prescriptive, that can inform you about the moral status of a prescribed action before it happens. Whether you're talking about it, you don't even know enough to talk about the thing you're saying, right? You don't even know that you need to distinguish between whether you're talking about a prescriptive normative model, a descriptive normative model. If you're talking about it as an object of analysis, if you're talking, it's like you're just blowing smoke out your ass. You have to know things before you say shit. There's an advantage of being a debate coach. I know when people are full of shit. After all, I have to argue lots of times against really, really smart people who aren't full of shit and try to win the argument anyway. Makes it incredibly easy to know when people are completely full of shit and they're trying to win some sort of argument. It's like, okay, go back to remedial class, please. I have no time for that kind of nonsense. I basically lost your ability to cry. That seems like an FE2 thing. Rachel complains about that too. I think FE second slot has this weird kind of a relationship with crying. They get mad at themselves for not crying. They think they need to cry more or something like that. My mom, though, she cried at the drop of a hat. That woman would cry at everything. So, I don't know. Maybe not. I think he said mind is right, didn't he? He didn't say might is right. I don't think. If he said that, then he was just joking, I guess. I think he said mind is right. In other words, like, oh, might is right. Oh, he did say that. Wow. Well, I mean, might is how you end the discussion about who's right. But to think that resolves it in the favor of the discussion ender is just stupid. Right? So you've conflated ending a discussion with resolving one. Just because if I punch you in the face before you solve the math problem, that doesn't mean that my suggested answer is the correct one. Yes. It's not. Mine's never even claimed to be right. It's just said, well, now that you're dead, I guess your objections no longer matter. Which is true. You know, from a very practical sense. Once somebody's dead, their objections don't matter anymore. Well, I get that it was going to be a problem for you with me stealing all your food because you'd be hungry. But now that you're dead, you won't be hungry anymore. See? No problem. What about your family? You're not even alive to complain about it. Who cares? Right? So, yes, might makes the winner of being uncivilized. Brutality is not a way to attain the status of moral righteousness, though. That's just plain silly. You know why people don't like me? I'm not brutal enough. I need to go out and brutalize some more. Take things that aren't mine. You know, punch people randomly. Just say, hey, you better or else. And people go, yeah, that guy, he is right. No. It's that guy's an asshole. I can't believe he hasn't been arrested yet. Mightiness. Who wants to be mighty anyway? I'm mighty. We're good for you, retard. Apparently you didn't. It's like everybody who bodybuilds, like takes karate or whatever. It's like, hey, you fucktards. The invention of handguns put an end to the need to do any of that stuff. You don't have to do any of that stuff anymore. Thanks to the beautiful, beautiful invention called the handgun, which equalizes everybody's might. It turns everybody into an instant deadly killer. Isn't that wonderful? Now everybody can be right. How wonderful. That's what I thought at first Serena Williams had done. I said to Rachel, I'm like, granted we were on mushrooms, but is that a tattoo of California on her face? First I said, she sure does look a lot like Mike Tyson. She did look a lot like Mike Tyson at that angle, with this apparent tattoo of California on her face. It was later on I realized, no, that's not a tattoo of California. I think that's a lightning bolt. And then still later I realized it wasn't even a tattoo. It was just tape she had on her face for some reason. And when it fell off until in the end, she had one square of it left, just one little square of tape left. And her whole face was like covered with it to begin with. Well, let me tell you something. There was nothing underneath it. What was it there for? If she needed it in the first place, why didn't she replace it when it fell off? These are the kind of questions that really bothered me during watching this tennis match. And Tiffany came and had to have her opinion about it too. That's when she revealed that she doesn't like someone else. I can't stand it. I'm telling my yard. She's a totally little lady face. She's never little to me. Every day I write her a letter. Dear lady face. Change the name to lady face. Tell me. This is some of the fun Rachel and I had, or I was having. Rachel was quietly tripping on the bed, probably being annoyed by me, but no, she wasn't being too, because when I try to be quiet, I start laughing by myself quietly over in my own bed. She insists on asking me what I'm laughing about, so that helps to explain it to her. So it's her fault. She got the explanation that she asked for. You know? I'm not getting a face tattoo. Now that I see the trick that the professionals use, next time I want a face tattoo, I'll just put tape on my face. Dark tape. As dark as the darkness that your sunshine emits. Dark sunshine. That's how dark the tape will be. Very dark. As dark as the dark side of the sun. Might is only wrong, is something stronger and makes you wrong, but overpowering you. What? No, they just make you hurt, right? Hurting people is not a mechanism towards correctness. Why you'd even think this was a good argument to start making in the first place is totally beyond me. I was much more impressed with what I first thought was your bad argument, which was mind is right. That's just stupid NI shit, right? Not understanding that it's more complicated than that. Mind is right is like just trolliness. He's just trolling, I guess. Nobody actually thinks that. Obviously, calculations of correctness, be they moral or otherwise, and calculations of outcome are separate things, for fuck's sake. No doy. It's not even good troll as a consequence, because the answer's so straightforward. What is that thing? It's like a little black... Oh, I see. Something suspended on the end of a spider web that's blowing in the wind of the air conditioner heater thing. Combo device. This is much better than the one we had in the hotel room, I gotta tell you. I mean, the point is, right? Saying might is right is just saying, like, nope, determining the statuses of things and describing the outcomes are identical. It's just like, even if you're trying to get some point across metaphorically that, like, oh, we only have those rights we can defend. No. You can have a right and have it be violated. You failed to defend it. You still have it. It was violated. Duh. You know? It doesn't take a rock scientist, as Tyra Banks once said, to tell apart a chicken liver from your mom's face. In fact, they're the wrong person to call entirely. And the thing is, appallingly, and I don't blame everybody for being absolutely appalled by this, I am so wickedly and entertainingly clever that even a ghost of Jung is here. And he definitely doesn't like me very much at this point. I can't imagine he likes me very much. At this point, you know. I haven't necessarily been reciprocal in his atypically open approach towards me. Most people in the community aren't open to me at all. But I've rewarded his openness with multiple kicks in the nuts. So, I guess that just shows you what a dirtbag I am. I don't know what to say about that. I don't feel like apologizing. I don't feel like I did anything wrong. But I do feel kind of like a dirtbag. Well, can't trust feelings. Everybody knows that. Feelings are why you married that hooker at that chapel in Vegas that one time. That was feelings. It didn't happen to me, but, in theory. That's feelings doing the talking. And probably drunkenness. Feelings. Nothing more than feelings. Wait, that song didn't say feelings. Guide to all the answers. It didn't say that. It said nothing more than feelings. Because feelings aren't the guide to the answers. They're the guide away from the answers. On there's no pancake. And there's no fridges too. Imagine all of people living life in peace. What did I tell that guy? Want everybody to live in peace. And then they'd all smell like pear. Where did you get all that pear from anyway? Whose pear is it? These are the kind of important questions that Tiffany asks about songs sometimes. What does John Lennon have against refrigeration? It's a good question. Why doesn't he like bundt cake? It's a good question. Oh yeah, thanks for recommending my channel on your book. Appreciate that. Sorry about being such a dick. It was just like, oh my god, is this guy really trying to get me to buy his book by telling me he included me on a list in the back of the book? How gauche. That's what I thought. I thought you were just trying to sell me your book, Don't try to sell me your book like that. That's not a good way to get me to buy your book. I don't want to buy your book. I'm sure it's full of stupid shit. That's what I thought, But what do I know? I'm not a knowing type. I'm an acting type. A deciding type. Knowing comes way down at the bottom. So, take solace in that. Unfortunately, these are non-alcoholic beers, so you can't blame it on the drunken ramblings of an old man. But take away the drunken and be my guest. I mean, I think different people um, understand the reason for punishment in different ways. Sometimes those ways are contextually affected, and sometimes they're not. So it's like there are people like the parents of that South African girl who got murdered in that the parents of an American girl who got murdered in South Africa by some black people. So some white girl got murdered by black people, right? But they're Christian whatevers. They went over there and forgave them, oh, we just forgive you for killing our daughter. Because they see punishment as, well, they see it as a personal decision at all times, right? You should always try to be Christ-like and choose to take the positive, proactive, positive, what do I call that? Why am I not thinking of the word right now? Fuck it. I don't want to explain it. I'm tired of explaining things. I'm kind of getting a little bit more on mushrooms at the moment than I was a little while ago, I guess. God works in mysterious ways. There we go. Yes, I ate the rest of the mushrooms tonight. No, I'm not like tripping super hard because I took them a couple days ago, But I guess I ate a little bit more today than I did I'm tripping harder than I was on Serena Williams Day. What's a TV show I recommend? Berlin something? Russian Doll? Russian Doll is fantastic. I highly recommend Russian Doll to anyone and everyone who likes TV. It works on every level. It's fantastic. Okay? I have nothing but 5-star A++ great eBayers for that show. I strongly recommend it. And I also would tell you, if you want me to name somebody who I admire and I look up to and think like, oh, that person's doing great work. I wish I could do work that good. It's that lady, that red-haired lady. She's great. Yeah, well, it's a mixture of Adderall and mushrooms and occasional bong rip. I was discussing with Rachel the other day. Why do I always tell you that? As though it matters, right? It's like I just say what I'm going to say again. Rachel is the only one who knows I'm repeating myself. I'm doing it so that if Rachel hears it, she doesn't think I'm pretending like I'm just saying it right now for the first time. How silly is that? Anyway, now I don't even remember what I was saying. But a lot of how you experience DRUGS has to do with where you are in your life, what your attitudes are. Yeah. The thing is, there is a fundamental sense of justice, that there's an equilibrium that exists between people who haven't violated each other in any fashion that gets disrupted when one of them chooses to disrupt it. And that creates a period of state change, which is then resolved into a preferable new state than the volatility of state change with some sort of criminal justice outcome. Now, that's a very abstract understanding of justice, but it is the one that fundamentally underlies my reasoning behind it. And that's the thing. People justify it in different ways because they only find it justifiable for certain reasons. Some people think it's only justifiable because if and when it's necessary to prevent them from continuing to do that crime, or it's necessary to deter people from doing that crime. Others think it's only necessary at all as an equilibrium restorer, like me. Still others think there shouldn't be any punishment, except insofar as rehabilitation is not possible. But the thing is, some of those things are rational decisions for public policy because they're appropriately universalized, and some of them are irrational things for public policy because they are inappropriately universalized. And that's what people don't get, is they can't apply their particular shit and try to universalize it and make public policy out of it without creating disaster. The point is, it doesn't matter whether anybody's right or wrong in their particular justifications of it, right? The fact is, everybody's advocating in favor of punishment mostly, except for some people who are advocating not in favor of it. There are people out there saying, and seriously believing, I guess, like things like defund the police. Like, what? I mean, there's a lot of kinds of police reform we should do. The idea that we can somehow manage as an anarchic society without law enforcement is just fucking insane. People are scared of the cops, and if nothing else, it makes, if you don't stop, I'm going to call the cops on you, a winning argument much of the time, and prevents things from escalating regardless of any other equation. Just on an outcome measuring sense, Now, granted, the police got way too aggressive, militaristic, fascist, etc. for way too long. And I was way ahead of the curve on that shit, right? But they've gotten way better since, too. And it's a different world now than it was 6-7 years ago. I'll tell you that. They've gotten way better. The police have really become much more nuanced. Like, they're not looking to bust people for no reason. They're not looking to engage. They're actively looking to avoid engaging the public, which is what they should have been doing the whole fucking time. All these problems that erupt, they erupt because they're going out of their way to engage the public for half-assed no reasons, Like, me, I have one headlight broken. I'm not going to ever get pulled over for that shit. Cops don't do that anymore. It's just not worth the risk. Right? Just again, from an outcomes measuring standpoint. And it's important to distinguish between the frames of reference we're using, because we could well argue it from some other argument standpoint, and we could argue one of them is preferable. I just spiked that, but I get you had typed it before I spiked it, so it's fair enough question, fair enough thing to do. I spiked it too late, my bad. You win the point that I just made up as a dispute for a second there, but now concede. I mean, shouldn't utility be secondary to justice, e.g., even though making the punishment for illegal parking at $7,000 would work very well, it shouldn't be implemented? Well, sure. I mean, the thing is, what you want in general is for law enforcement and criminal justice to understand what a crime is. A crime is an action committed against person or property. So, parking is not an action committed against person or property, right? That's not a crime thing. That's why it's not called a crime. It's called an infraction. Now, whether or not infractions should be used to fund cities rather than disincentivize bad behavior seems to be a black and white question. They should not be used to fund cities. They should only be used to disincentivize bad behavior. Right? So, the thing is, if you're trying to find people like life-destroying money for parking, then the only possible justification you could possibly have that makes any sense is you're trying to fund the city. Because the behavior's not so bad that any proportionality evaluation, things have to pass a variety of tests first, right? You got to check for proportionality is one thing. You got to check on time frame. It's your normal impact calculus shit. I don't even remember it all. But there's like 5 or 6 things you you got to test before you can say a given. You got to look at what's called. There's this thing out there called the Model Penal Code. Okay, the Model Penal Code is old, but I think they've updated it. I don't know how old the most recent update of it is. It was originally done in like 70 or 69 or something like that. They updated it again in like the early 80s. I don't know if they've done an update since then or not. I think they probably have. But the thing is, the Model Penal Code addresses a lot of these kind of ways of how society is compelled, in fact, to systematize the disincentivization of bad behavior. What comprises bad behavior that needs disincentivization, and what comprises just bad behavior that we should tolerate, and what comprises not bad behavior at all, is a continually shifting question. For a long time, it was assumed everybody should get tickets if they go 5 miles an hour over the fucking speed limit, then they deserved it, or whatever. Nowadays, anybody would be appalled to get a ticket if they're going 60 and it's 55. They'd be like at the fucking police station, screaming their head off. What the fuck are you discriminating against me for? I'm going slower than most people, or going too much slower. Oh, fuck off! It would be like one of those things. Because that's not even a crime, right? Those are traffic infractions. Crimes, again, are against people or property, or the state, which is a shady one. Okay, let me just tell you that right there. That's a shady kind of crime. But I'm not disagreeing there are crimes against the state, like treason and shit. Those are crimes against the state, not like marijuana. Okay, so fuck off with your trying to generalize crimes against the state to things like that. That's not a crime against. Not doing something that the state doesn't want is not a crime against the state. Okay, the state of California can't be against me in a criminal case when I haven't done something like stolen a state of California car. Okay, then fine, they can be the plaintiff in that. Okay, that makes sense. Let's say I defaced a state building or something. No problem. They could be the plaintiff in that case. The fuck for things that aren't crimes against the state. The difference between misdemeanor and felony, you gotta look it up in the freaking jurisprudence. Those kind of details matter a lot, okay? But they matter less than proportionality in terms of power distribution. So the biggest problem in the United States is prosecutorial overpowering. The overpowering of prosecutors and the existence of plea bargaining have permitted a culture in which only rich intellectuals actually get jury trials. They don't have to be intellectuals. I'm just imagining myself. I would definitely get a jury trial, even if I was poor. What I'm going to say is like, only people who are smart enough or rich enough. But celebrities you don't have to be smart to be rich enough and still get good representation. That's what lawyers are for. That's why if you have a legal problem, you should talk to me first about what you should do. And it matters what lawyer you get a lot. Because most lawyers think it's a success to compromise. You got to decide ahead of time whether you think that's a success or not. Because if it's a criminal matter, you never compromise because you lose. Any compromise is you losing when it's a criminal matter. You have to remember that. If you are ever faced with a criminal matter, first thing you want to do is say fucking nothing and talk to me. And I'll tell you and the fact is, depending on the situation, you're either fucked or they're fucked. One of the two. Right? The problem that people think is that it's not that. It's always they're fucked or they're less fucked. No. It works this way. Party A, you, who actually did the crime in stupid ways that got you definitely caught, and they got you by the book, are fucked. If that didn't happen, then the only other intellectually correct thing to think is these guys are fucked. Now these guys over here are fucked. And they're over here, though. They're not over there. Because over there is off screen. Anyway, these guys are fucked. Because they've arrested you and are trying to prosecute you for a crime that you didn't do, or they're doing it wrong or something, right? So, the thing is, most people, if they're a criminal defendant, they never consider going on offense. And almost every single lawyer will tell them to seek a good compromise, a good deal. Because, they want to close this case. Most of the time, people aren't getting lawyers that are charging by the hour. They're paying a retainer. They're expected to have the whole thing resolved by the time the retainer runs out. The lawyer's not expecting the client really to necessarily have more money. That's why they have to require the retainer up front, And then lawyers are notorious for taking as many billable hours as is required to use up the entire retainer, no matter how quickly they resolve the thing. So, what do lawyers tell you to do? Take this plea, it's fantastic. It's over in an afternoon for me, and I keep the whole fucking retainer. If you talk to Eric, on the other hand, he will tell you what you should actually do. Because he's not a lawyer. And he's not looking to take your money. He doesn't want your money. But he is interested in legal things. And I'll tell you, in no uncertain terms, whether you're fucked or they're fucked. If you're fucked, it's not very interesting. But I'll tell you the truth, you're fucked. You can only be this little fucked, a little bit less fucked, or a little bit more fucked, but you're fucked. Or, if it's their fucked, then that becomes very interesting. But then that's when people stop listening to me. That's when people stop listening to me. Because that's when it requires them to be brave. And the reason it requires them to be brave is because of the disproportionate power arrangement that we have in the criminal justice system in the United States, where prosecutors are overpowered like fucking fascist dictators to threaten people with overcharging them and to hand out these words that say, if you are found guilty of all of these charges, of none of which you committed except one, maybe, then you'll go to jail for 50 years. But I was just picking lemons in my yard. Doesn't matter. It's a crime. You violated these treaties. You potentially, that could have been assault with a deadly weapon. Who knows? Could be this. It could be, we're charging you with everything in the kitchen sink. Because as prosecutors, we're empowered to do that. For no reason. And then we say, now look, if you just plead guilty to the thing you actually did, we'll let you off with meow. It's so much less than 50 years. If they fucked up, though, you should go, oh, no. You're going to let me out of here right now. And you're going to scramble your fucking ass off to prevent the liability you're incurring in the civil courts at this very moment with your ongoing malfeasance. That's how you handle that shit. That's how you handle that shit. If they fucked up. But there's got to be meat on the bone. If there's no meat on the bone, you're fucked. No, but there hasn't been a lawyer in history who stood their ground against me that I've ever encountered. And I've encountered a fair number of them. They always back right down. Some of the wimpiest people in the world. I'll tell you. They're an insult to the legal profession. The whole plea bargaining system is inherently offensive to the principles, the engines of the criminal justice system, which are truth and justice, right? If he really committed that crime, why are you giving him a deal for avoiding a trial? What the fuck? Do your job. Prove him guilty. If he didn't commit that crime, why is he doing any time at all? Regardless, give him his trial, see if he's guilty. The reason it's been justified is because the government has made part of the criminal justice system a whole shit ton of things that aren't crimes, called drug stuff and gun stuff. You know? They got too much stupid non-crime shit to possibly have everybody have a jury trial. So they have this fucked up system in place instead. Well, how about we just criminalize things that are actually crimes? Should we consider that? That might be a good idea. Peacocks agree. The point is, I guess, that things are always constantly both more complicated and simpler than anyone ever thinks, all the time forever, without stopping, forever and ever, until time in memoriam. It's called The Useless Truth of an Eye. But an eye, that's so useless. Too bad. Too bad. You could pretend to use it to make yourself rich. Like Fuckchard, what's his name? I don't think he's even pretending. I think he must believe his own bullshit. What's that Fuckchard's name? He's kind of like Deepak Chopra, but he's not Deepak Chopra. He's like European or something. I made fun of him in the past. What's that guy's name? Eckhart Tolle. That guy. When you see... Yes, Eckhart Tolle. I read like maybe a chapter or something of one of his books at Kimberly's house one time. She had an Eckhart Tolle book. It was the dumbest shit I ever fucking read. I don't even remember what it was. I was just like, oh my god. Oh my god. The thing is, you know what's frustrating? This is frustrating. Ain't nobody but nobody, including my own girlfriend, seems to be able to be neutral about this whole abortion thing issue, right? By which I mean this. My only claim is, well, of course that's where it belongs. It was never a federal issue to begin with. It's definitely not one of the government's enumerated powers. If they wanted to protect it as a right, they should have done it with the 10th Amendment, like it would have been sensible. And instead of trying to appeal to a right that's not a constitutionally listed right or protected right, namely the right to privacy, without empowering it as such by the 10th Amendment, as would have been sensible. So, it's like, of course it was a terrible decision on its surface. The Supreme Court was wrong. It's not a federal matter. That's where it was wrong. It was wrong to take up the issue at all in the first place. She said, this is not a federal matter. The federal government, any laws it makes about it, should be stricken immediately. It is not a federal matter. So, on that grounds, it's appropriate that it's in the hands of the states, which are supposed to be the incubators of democracy. And there ain't nobody but nobody can possibly claim that there is adequate consensus on this matter as to say that it's fully cooked, right? It definitely needs more incubation. So let's let a thing be what it is instead of forcing it to be something else all the time. In other words, whatever your opinion on abortion is, we should all be in agreement that it was never a federal matter and should never have been made a federal matter, and that Roe v. Wade was wrong in that it even took up the question rather than rejecting it as not a federal matter. We should all be in agreement about that, okay? That's the thing that matters. But I don't think anybody cares about that except me. Doesn't seem like. Rachel gave me this look when I said that. She definitely doesn't agree with me. She thinks that abortion is a right and should be protected, and all these other things that I'm saying are not of secondary concern, you know? So, in fact, we got a pregnancy test when we were in Laughlin because she thought she might be pregnant. And unlike usual, I thought she might be pregnant too. I thought, okay, maybe she is pregnant. Because a couple of physical changes and stuff that were similar to what I witnessed in my first wife when she actually was pregnant, okay? So, and we actually had the conversation about what we'd do if she were pregnant before she got the pregnancy test and took it. So, maybe I shouldn't talk about this without consulting Rachel. Maybe I'm crossing some personal lines here or something. Yeah. I think I'll just leave it at that. But it's really fucked up to not tell you what we said. But I realized maybe I'm being a little invasive into her personal shit. I don't care, but she might, you know. So, anyway, Eckhart Tolle. Right, I was making fun of Eckhart Tolle. What's NI good for? Well, if you want to be Eckhart Tolle, you can just spout some NI bullshit and people just lap it up. Hey, we're all one, you know? When you get enlightened like me, you glow. It's fantastic. You're at level 6 right now. When you just begin to see the difference between this and this, are really in your mind, then you will have a clarity of how the one expresses. Okay, shut the fuck up. Mr. Eckhart Tolle. You are such a scammy scamsalot. Why are you rich and famous? It's not like he hits people up for money all the time. It's just he has books to sell. You know, it's just normal shit that people do to make money, which is fine. It's just, well, what does he really? I guess people want that. They just like the feeling of being on some kind of spiritual journey to one day be more like Eckhart Tolle, I guess. I want to be like Eckhart Tolle. That guy, he just glows. You know, he's always so happy. He's always so clear in his appearance of wisdom. He just projects a certain kind of, hey, I really know what's going on. I'm guessing you're about 2 books away from joining me here in Enlightenment Town. Yeah. I'd start with Eckhart Tolle's One Simple Book to Enlightenment and follow it up with Eckhart Tolle's advanced course, Enlightenment for the Enlightened. I'm still responsive to the chat. It's moving like a turtle's pace all over Linehan, so you can't blame me for freestyling. Yes, they always go high to make it look like they've given you a great deal. Some way long time ago. Foie gras government. I did note when Karma's Pimp correctly articulated it was Eckhart Tolle. Wisdom equals speaking softly and slightly passive-aggressively, being vague at all costs. I think I may have demonstrated that rather than responded to it. But I did read it, in my head anyway. Democracy is the best until it disagrees with me, in which case I want to impose my beliefs on others because I'm right, democracy sucks. I mean, democracy's fine, It needs to be predicated on certain kinds of common wisdom, civic, what you might call civic wisdoms. Well, I mean, democracy is reliant, as de Tocqueville said, upon the habits of democracy. So, one of the habits of democracy is that people who don't care about politics or are who just care about mythology or team players, they should disqualify themselves willingly from voting. But we have no sense of explaining to people that voting is your right, you're entitled to do it, but that it's a serious responsibility. One of the reasons I don't vote, and I haven't voted lately, I don't do enough work to vote. I don't know enough about the candidates, on most of the ballot. I'm not. Why bother go vote just for between two presidents? I don't even want either of them at all. No, I'm just not even gonna go. Voting should not be something that's encouraged. It should be discouraged. We should have public service announcements that say you probably shouldn't vote. That's it. That's all it says. You probably shouldn't vote. It's for adults. How about that? How about we raise the voting age to 50? That sounds like a good idea. No, you get a bunch of fucking stupid old people. You know what? Stupidity is not age specific. Stupidity comes at all ages, all flavors, all varieties. Everybody. Age won't help at all, really. No, you can't. That won't help. There's no way to limit voting. You just need to make it a civically understood thing. It's for policy wonks and adults who care about genuine politics instead of about mythology. Those are the people who should vote. And if you're not one of those people and you are voting, you're being irresponsible and we should kind of sneer at you and look down at you. I don't know what Toll is. He's some kind of Europeo. One of those Europeos. To my understanding, it's one of these things you cannot be easily tested in sessions. You will notice that other functions don't really get tested in certain slots. Some things can't be easily tested. Some things can be tested just front stack or back stack can be easily tested, but beyond that, it's a mess. Sometimes you can kind of just I can't, and it's also about the tester, right? I'm bad at telling what FI looks like. I'm just I can't rely on my NI at all about FI, so I have to work around it. That's a deficit of me as a tester that somebody else may do a better job of figuring out how to replicatably test FI than I am doing. Because I've already decided that's the part of my game, that's the backhand I'm running around. So it's like, I'm not going to put any energy really into figuring out FI tests because I'm trying to pin it down with all the things I already have a lot of data. Because I'm an SI knower too, right? Integrating anything new is always speculative. And I won't really actually feel as though there's a good enough linkage to use it as a test question until I've asked it a shit ton of times. So it's a big commitment if I'm going to even try to integrate anything new. So I'm kind of locked into developing the kind of typing session I do within the time frame I have with the tools I know work well to the best of my ability and with sufficient adaptability per client to deviate from those when necessary, and my growing ability based on experience to do that because I've got previous examples to reference. I think I was answering your question. Yeah. On the abortion issue, right now, it just means that it's not a federally protected right any longer. That states can ban abortion if they want to. Well, I mean, the thing about abortion, it makes it kind of weird also, is sometimes there genuinely are circumstances where somebody's like, okay, like Rachel's on medication that pregnant women can't take, but she can't stop taking that medication. She could, but she'd go batshit crazy. I mean, batshit fucking crazy. It's like psych ward crazy. So now she's not pregnant. By the way, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you the test results. She's not pregnant. But anyway, that brings, for me anyway, crashing down the particularist reality of the thing. It's like you really are making a choice there between the mother and the child. Having been through Rachel's psychotic breaks before, believe me when I tell you that she needs those medications. Okay? This is no fucking trapped by big pharma. You can replace them with these horrible blah, blah, blah. No. Okay. She needs those exact medications in that exact combination, and she's perfectly okay. Anything else, and she's some level of crazy. And that's just how it is. And the thing is, I might have been somewhat sympathetic to some of those kind of arguments before, Rachel. I have no sympathy or those arguments are completely bullshit. There's nothing about Big Pharma that made Rachel crazy. They cured her ass. You know, there's a huge difference between those two things. So, but the point is, what do you do in that situation? Is abortion still illegal for that person? You know? It makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder, because the woman's physical health isn't in any danger. If anything, she'd probably become more physically healthy if she stopped taking those drugs. But I mean, she'd be in like a 9-month-long psychotic break. I don't know what that would do to the baby inside, if anything. So, what do you do in that situation? That's a reality, right? That probably is. I mean, the thing is, you might think it's uncommon. It actually happened to me. I mean, not me, but Rachel. Rachel and me, you know, we're the same thing. So, well, I was really not caring about FE stuff very much at all when I was in Laughlin, and I was kind of getting a kick out of noticing how much of a huge difference it made. Why the hell wore this hat? I could be wearing whatever dirty ass shit or whatever and still look like myself. But if I wear this hat, everybody gets me, right? Oh, he's not sketchy. He's eccentric. Probably a creative type from Hollywood or something. If I don't wear this hat, My hair's all like this and stuff, you know. I don't know, like smoking a cigarette, and I just did a bunch of with it. So I came down from the room, all fucking Hunter S. Thompsoned out, you know. And instead of this long sleeve shirt, I have this orange shirt on and tattered cut off shorts and flip flops. And then like security guards start hanging around me and stuff. The power of a hat right there. That's the power of a hat. Fucking Effie. Effie's just so dumb. Well, he was an ENTP. But I feel lucky because I didn't suffer from success at an early age. Or ever, I guess. Not like I suffered from success at a later age. I mean, I never suffered from fame, I should say, at an early age. And a lot of money. Because I really think, like, he never had a transformative moment where he quit drinking like I did. I had my problem was always alcohol. I've had a much more mature relationship with every other drug, even meth, than I did with alcohol. So, oh yeah, I mean, he did a lot more drugs than me. The thing is, the problem was that two particular drugs that he did. He did a lot of cocaine and he did a lot of alcohol. He did a lot of cocaine and alcohol together. And eventually that's going to get the better of you. It just is, you know. He can handle a certain amount of psychedelics. Like, I don't know if I would want to take as much acid as he took, though. It's like, that would... Whew. I can't conceive of a happy life being SI fourth, doing that much coke and drinking that much. And eventually it ate him up and he killed himself, you know. He was too physically uncomfortable to enjoy himself anymore. He used up all of his unwearable tires. And, you know, I notice more and more how, well, like that lady in the show said, that show Russian Doll. Her friend said, "You're a cockroach," to her. She's like, "Why you call me a cockroach?" She's like, "Because nothing kills you. You can eat anything, you can smoke anything, you can do anything, you're fine." You know, I do have that quality, but I've got a much more mature relationship with my consumption than he did. He'd wake up every morning and his breakfast was Grand Marnier, cocaine, and ice cream. I shit you not. Grand Marnier, cocaine, and ice cream for breakfast. And cigarettes, of course. We got that in common. But this is non-alcoholic. No, he like shot himself with a shotgun or something like that. He just said, my body's broken, I can't enjoy anything I like anymore. I'm in pain, I'm suffering, I'm dead, I'm done. And it made perfect sense. It makes perfect sense to me as an SI fourth person. You've got a limited amount of capacity to tolerate just extended discomfort. Well, I'm sure he destroyed all his relationships and shit too. And it's like, that's another big difference between him and me. Because I didn't get famous and rich and successful and empowered too much in my arrogance too young. I mean, I've run the gamut of different things. Even without that empowerment, right? You can see how much of a dick I can be, right? And like, and how smug or entitled or condescending or meh, 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 meh. And that's without being successful at that at a young age. Can you imagine getting famous for being good at that at a young age? What it would do to you? It would absolutely destroy you if you're me. The last thing you need is too much affirmation of your own arrogance. It's like arrogance. I don't know if it'll ever really be. No, I think it will. I think there will come a point where my arrogance is fully mature. Like it's been pretty mature throughout this live stream. All in all, I'd say. Well, Melting Zero, I would ask you this question about Michael Schellenberger. The first question I would ask you is, does he actually solve homelessness like I do? If not, maybe somebody should tell him about my idea. Homeless town. I guess maybe you weren't around when we were discussing homeless town. Look, the federal government's already. The point is, do I really want to explain all this shit again? Okay, fine. The Supreme Court ruled that localities cannot dislodge people who are homeless people from the streets unless they have somewhere for them to go. In other words, unless they provide them some sort of housing, they can't force them to go back to. Then they can force you to go back to your house. But if you don't have a house, they can't force you to go anywhere because you have nowhere to force them to go. This is what the Supreme Court rules, okay? Unfortunately, this put an unfunded burden on metropolitan areas to build houses for homeless people, which only incentivizes more homeless people to come to your city. It's a never-ending problem, right? Of course, the only solution is we need to centralize all homeless services in one location, call it Homeless Town, and it'd be in the middle of BF nowhere, right? All localities would just provide free transportation to Homeless Town, to all the homeless people, and they will be empowered for the most persistent, difficult vagrancy problem people to forcibly put them and send them there, because of course the Supreme Court ruling, assuming the localities pass laws accordingly, because the Supreme Court ruling will no longer prevent them from doing so, because they've got somewhere to send them, namely Homeless Town. Now, if those localities can somehow be convinced to contribute even a tenth of the amount of money they're wasting on homelessness to this centralized thing, then no problem, it's funded. But if not, then the federal government can just not give any of their current money that they're giving to these cities for various things, like HUD money and shit like that, like the way they're destroying Seattle with their federal government housing programs. Anyway, instead, just redirect those funds. You still practically fund it, and if you have to spend a little bit of money to fund it, in addition to that, fine. I'm not afraid to create a proper funding plank if you want me to. In the olden days, when you made an advocacy, you had to include a funding plank, for fuck's sake. Even in debate nowadays, it's rare for people to include funding planks. Unbelievably, shockingly, and appallingly. Anyway, don't worry, there's a funding plank to my advocacy, is the point. And the point is, then, all the cities can just send the people to Homeless Town. They'll be out of the way, we don't have to look at them. And Homeless Town will actually have all the services they need, including, yes, mental health services. My own girlfriend has mental health issues. She was homeless more or less for little stretches of time here and there. And I understand it's a serious problem. I feel it. I have personal experience that makes me feel it, okay? But I'm not going to display that FI shit because I don't care about that. The point is, yes, they'll have all the services and shit. Just because I call it homeless town doesn't mean I'm not taking it seriously. Okay? Just accept that. They'll have all the things they need, including areas where they can remain homeless if they want. They don't have to live inside there. Unlike other places, if you don't have a house, you can get sent to homeless town. In homeless town, you can be homeless. That's fine. You could live in a tent in homeless town. That's fine. It's totally allowed. Look, there'd be whole stretches of sidewalks that are just devoted for live here. Go ahead. They won't need to panhandle. In homeless town, government sandwiches will come by. Have some government sandwiches. Here you go. You know, live on the sidewalk and have government sandwiches. Just stay the fuck out of Los Angeles. You know, I could be that person too. There but for the grace of God go I. Right? For sure. Even so, I'd much rather be in homeless town than on the streets of Los Angeles. Where at least homeless town, everybody's homeless, so I don't have to be ashamed of myself. And the whole point of it is to provide services for me, so if I want to get back on my feet, I can. I'd much rather be in homeless town than on the streets of Los Angeles. Yeah, for FI Polar, it is asking what your favorite meow is. If I can go to Yoon, he threw me for a dizzy with that question. But threw me for a tizzy? He threw me for a whizzy? He threw me for a something, okay? Well, I mean, obviously, part of those services include services designed to distinguish between individuals who are choosing homelessness as a lifestyle, which are some people, and individuals who are trying to get back on their feet but are hit hard times, individuals who are too messed up to do anything but need either mental health or physical health services. There needs to be a triage of sorts, you know? And for those who actually are able and interested in getting back into regular society, there'll be lots of trainings and things to facilitate that, you know? With like the amount of remote shit that can be done, right? You can get people to do remote kinds of data entry kind of work. You can train them to do it pretty quick. They can start making their actual money, you know. They don't even, maybe they give you a government phone there or something. I don't know. Or maybe you have to go to the government freaking internet cafe. I don't know. But somebody else can figure out the fucking details, all right? The point is, we'll have all that shit. Whatever the shit, whatever kind of carrots and lettuce and shit you want there, your organic vegetables, whatever. The point is, no matter how fucking magical we make this place, it couldn't possibly cost a fraction of the amount of money and time, pain, suffering, crime, etc., as the destruction of all of our metropolitan cities and all of the funds they're throwing at it. It couldn't possibly cost a fraction of that. Right? And the fact is, at the end of the day, nobody who is not currently choosing to be homeless is going to go, phew, I am so happy to go to homeless town. They'll be maybe relieved to know, well, at the very least, if we do end up homeless, we can go to homeless town. You know? At least there's that place. At least we don't have to be on the streets near our neighbors who we used to be equals to, but now we're just these things they don't look at, you know. Of course you need a lot of staff there. So it's like, okay, Sincere Sam, think about it. The total number of staff and total number of homeless people presumably are not going to change. The difference is going to be the staff that are currently being thrust upon municipalities by the Supreme Court ruling and this unfunded mandate of theirs will appropriately be either consolidated by some sort of confederacy of these state interests such that they can centrally fund something in conjunction with the federal government as a mutually agreed upon project that actually has solvency potential, or the federal government can just fucking take it over since their Supreme Court mandated it. Why don't they fund it by doing it themselves? Providing the place for people to go. And not in the city. That's right. Why are you trying to integrate people into our cities who have demonstrated that they lack the means to be integrated into those cities? It's not a good approach. It's stupid. Maybe cities are too expensive. Maybe the growing underclass becomes a big problem. Nevertheless, we'll all agree that all of our cities are a shit ton healthier, nicer, more pleasant, less crime, less once Homeless Town is implemented. Because, again, it's not something in general that people are going to be forced to do. The idea will be that no local services exist anymore. That anybody who is homeless and wants any kind of homeless service will be able to immediately get free transportation to Homeless Town. But if it's cold and they need a bed, there are no homeless beds anymore around here. So, they are instructed at the bus station to let them huddle in there as long as they get on that next bus to Homeless Town, right? So, that's the whole point. You don't have to worry anymore about forcing people, just stop providing any services of any sort here in the municipality level. Make them all available centrally in some places far away from everybody. And the problem solves itself. Well, the point is, if I'm not disputing people's right to build tents on the city sidewalks, as long as that city is Homeless Town. In fact, nobody has the right to claim people's sidewalks, the general public sidewalk, the city's sidewalks, as their living space. Of course not. And the fact that the federal government tried to get involved in this matter is insane. If anybody has control over the roads and the sidewalks, it's the fucking government. Namely, the government that built them, the city. It's like the federal government doesn't build those sidewalks, the federal government doesn't pave those roads, the federal government doesn't walk on those sidewalks. It is not a natural right for people to camp on a public sidewalk. But it's fine in Homeless Town. That's the point. All of these things that are bad for each of our cities can be bad because they don't belong in Los Angeles, they don't belong in San Francisco, they don't belong in Seattle, they don't belong in New York, they belong in Homeless Town, where all that shit's normalized. That way they get to be human beings too, instead of just things that people try not to look at, or they pity and give money to, or any number of other awful things that subject them to dehumanization on an ongoing basis. That's the real problem with homelessness, is it's dehumanizing. At least in Homeless Town, you're treated like a human being again. Okay, you may have to go to Homeless Town. You aren't alone. A lot of other homeless people here too. If you want to get out of Homeless Town, no problem. There's a lot of different services available, blah, blah, blah. You know? It's an alternative to what we have now, which is nothing. Cities scrambling to make housing that immediately gets filled up because all the other cities, what happens? People in Los Angeles take home people and say, no, they've got services in Pomona. Go to Pomona. Here's a bus ticket. And then they get to Pomona, they go, oh, no. Now here they got services in Los Angeles. Here's a bus ticket. And they just send them back and forth. That's what actually fucking happens. And there aren't these services anywhere because as soon as they get built, they get filled up immediately. Why do they get filled up immediately? Because the word gets out. Hey, I hear Pomona's building more beds. You should go check there if it's in a cold snap or whatever. Right? You don't have to worry about that. If there's homeless town, there's always enough beds in homeless town. It's the middle of BF in nowhere, you know? You have a variety of bedding arrangements. I don't give a fuck. The point is, spend 5% of the economic costs that we're currently incurring on homeless town, it would be the Taj fucking Hall. Right. Well, South Park's done absolutely everything. Is incredible. It's like South Park has covered absolutely everything. I can't count the number of times where people will say to me, that reminds me of this South Park episode where they... Except, and unlike that South Park episode, I'm actually solving homelessness in a meaningful way. The best that we can. Achieving solvency of homelessness rather than making it so there are no more homeless people. It's like, you can't create for people economically productive lives sufficient to live in the modern world if they just don't have the wherewithal to do so, or connections or skills or a variety of other things. You know, just bad shit happens to them. Bad shit happens sometimes. And it's like the modern world requires the people more and more ability in the realm of sensing to like plan ahead and follow through and do a bunch of shit like that. Seems like. And it's also, inflation right now is insane. Why is inflation right now so insane? There's exactly one reason. This is the economic cost of taking 2 fucking years off because people were so scared about something with a less than 0.5% fatality rate. That's why. These economic costs, I did not accurately predict that they'd be delayed like this. I did say this was going to cause massive inflation. I thought I was wrong. I wasn't wrong. It was just delayed. It's like everything I was said about COVID at the very beginning was right, you know, except for a couple of things I got wrong right away at the beginning that I corrected pretty quick. But nobody listened to me. Nobody fucking listened to me. Like at the very, very beginning, I was the lone voice saying, "Hello, everybody. Hold on a second. These numbers are ridiculous. How did that happen? How is it that I was the only person who said there's no fucking way there are 4% fatality rates? I never heard anybody else ever say that. When I said it, I never even heard people agree with me. But how is everybody so fucking wrong and nobody listened to me? And it's like, nobody really learns the only lesson they should learn from this whole thing. Which is, you gotta frame things right in the first place, or else it's all fruit from the poisonous tree. If you don't start with the right framework, it's all fucking fruit from the poisonous tree by a bunch of fucking alarmist retards. It's fruit from the alarmist retard tree. All you gotta do is listen to that song I made about COVID back in the day. Stupid and Scared, it's called. Explains the whole thing. Everybody was stupid and scared. So let's all freak out over nothing. Nobody listened to Eric. Story of my fucking life, I tell you. It's the story of my fucking life. Nobody, including Eric, listens to Eric. Because you'll notice Eric doesn't do the things he says would be good things to do when he says they're good things to do them. Or every once in a while I'll say, now would be a good time to meow. But I never do it. So, you know, I can't really blame other people for not listening to me when I don't listen to me either. Right? And that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a point worth writing home to Mama about. Maybe you should think a little bit more about that one, Eric. Maybe you should. Maybe you'd learn a thing or two that way, Mr. Smarty Pants. Maybe I would. Hard to say. Eric, stop doing Eric and read the chat. Okay. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll stop being Eric. I hate that guy too. That guy is just... Can he get any more Eric-y? Does he always have to be this Eric-y? Do you feel that way too? I do too. It's annoying. Could I explain how economic stagnation causes inflation mechanically? Well, basically, yeah, I can, and have before, sort of, but as with any question of economics, we begin with the question of what is wealth. Okay, so the answer is, unlike almost everything else in the world that matters and has impact, wealth exists first as a metaphysical reality, metaphysical object called beholdens, before it's concretized in any kind of physical thing. And that physical thing could be goods, services, whatever, or something fungible, something fungible and rare, in limited supply, that easily divides. We call that our currency. And a currency is just a fungible, divisible, and rare, non-counterfeitable physical object to represent something that exists because it was created every time one individual does meaningful or useful work for another. So, in other words, every time anybody's working in a way that's useful to people, they're creating new wealth in the world. The country has to constantly pump more money into the economy to match that amount of new wealth that's being generated. And they try to approximate the amount of currency infused to match that amount of wealth so that you can check to see if they've done a good job, because if they have, inflation will be flat. 1 or 2, 3%, you know. They call it quantitative easing, but because they don't even understand what they're doing, because they don't get what I just said, because I actually understand economics better than like any economist is, for some reason, I guess. It's ridiculous. It can't possibly be the case, right? But you ask anybody to define what wealth is, they have no fucking idea what wealth is. So how are you going to possibly know anything about economics? You don't know what wealth is even. You don't even have a definition of wealth. So anyway, don't even get me started. Inflation happens when nobody does any work, but they keep quantitatively easing. They keep pumping money into the economy as though people had done work. Now all of a sudden, it's representing wealth that's not actually existent. You say, well, how can the metaphysical thing exist before the physical thing exists or independent of it? It does and has and always will, because it's human beholdens to others for doing things that are useful for them. And that's why we have this COVID inflation. We prevented everybody from being useful for 4 years for no reason. We declared everybody at the doctor's office heroes, even people working at FedEx. Heroes work here. What insanity. What delightful insanity. What delightful insanity that is. It's so insane. Oh, it's just so insane. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to stop your will to find. Or whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I've heard. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. I do have something to say. And that thing is lightning face. Okay, well, good. Good. Dark Sunshine. I can tell you, I haven't really done a lot of serious researching the subject for a good 5 years or so. So, you know, it's like nobody talks about it that way. Like when you, they don't lead their papers with that shit, which is what they should do. Put it that way. El Niño, my ass. Don't call me storms. Where is the rain? Drizzles don't count, I drizzle more when I pee in the sink. I'd have to catch all the undesired splatter. When I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket, pour water inside, and I'll say, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Good enough, I say. Good enough. Some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking games, but it won't do names so good to call me names. My daddy wasn't well able to. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a right boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want anybody anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but a lot to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black, I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and got a song to sing. But I said a few things, I admit it. Won't hit up and get it. White boy looking for a place to do my thing. Up and get it, boys. Whatever it says there. Blue-eyed Billy been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the sort of soul take to fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. And my thing is mushrooms at my dad's house. That's the thing that I'm doing. Hopefully. I'm pretty much worn off at this point, I guess. It's still a little weird, you know. I just like mushrooms. It's just good. You're just happy and good. Wonderful. Everything delicious. They're everything delicious. And you know what? If you eat them with food, they're not even that gross tasting. Doy, you know. I ate it with this goulash shit tonight. I barely even tasted it. I don't even think of doing that before. It was like, that's not the point of drugs. Stupid Eric. I also realized, you know what really gets rid of the taste of amphetamines in your mouth is Arizona lemon iced tea. It's fantastic. It's just like, it's like the perfect cut cutting drink for that taste. Gets rid of it right away. Here's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. How can he is denied just to yell at him? And now the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty. Then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. I fucked that song up a little bit. I'm done. I'm done playing the guitar. I'm done being Eric. Today, I'm Dave. I'm from Bolivia. I majored in architecture. And I'm hoping to get a job at your design firm. I don't have a bad amp. I don't have any amp at all I'm using. I was using the amplification of a hollow-bodied guitar. I am going to chat for a little while longer. I can tell I'm kind of like, maybe I need to switch it up a bit. You know? Oh, I know what I need to do. I definitely know what I need to do. Go down even lower. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking about some mood lighting. The reason I was so, I realized abruptly, might have had something to do with that extremely bright light blaring at me this for hours. It's like, stop being so bright. Anyway, it was kind of fucked up yesterday. Rachel and I wanted to drive part of the drive from Laughlin to Barstow, part of that drive on historic Route 66, but it was closed. It's like I guess it must be the cool part, I don't know. I've never really done that before, but it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do it, but there's one part called Nature Trails, which is part of Route 66 that goes through the mountains, I guess. And that whole section is closed. So that kind of sucked. Wanted to see that. But maybe next time, you know, they open it. They seem to be keeping a lot of roads closed lately in California. I don't think it's because they're just not like they're being cheap or whatever. I think there's this sort of conservation movement like, we don't really need to encourage people to go there anyway. Like that thing going on. Yeah, it was like that. We don't really want wildfires, so let's just have this road construction kind of go on forever for a while, indefinitely. I think there's some of that shit going on, which I don't necessarily hate, but this is the weirdest thing I noted about Laughlin and where we were on the Colorado River. In Laughlin, Nevada, there is literally like this driveway area, parking area, right next to the casinos, just before the bridge, and it says Fisherman's Access, Department, State of Nevada, Department of Fish and Wildlife. You can go there. There's a fishing pier to fish off of. You can launch your boat to fish if you want. We looked in the river when we were walking down the river in the evening. There are these massive fucking carp in there. They've got to be 70 pounds, 80 pounds. I don't know. They're huge. There are lots of them, too. And they can't possibly be native fish. Nobody eats those things, right? Nobody. Literally no. I saw nobody fishing. Even off the fishing pier. Everybody jet skiing. Up and down. It's like, I'm going to ride up this way on the water. I'm going to ride back that way on the water. Look at me go. On the other side of the river, on the Arizona side, it's like nothing but jet ski rental places for the whole first stretch until you get into Bullhead City proper, you know. So what's up with that? But I didn't fish either. It's the thing, I didn't even think to bring my fishing rod. If I had brought it, I definitely would have gotten there and tried to catch one of those big fucking carp. I wouldn't eat it. I'd try to throw it back, you know. Hopefully I wouldn't eat the hook too much or whatever. But what would be best is if we brought a fishing rod and Rachel caught one of those. That would be fantastic. Video, you know. Seeing Rachel reel one of those things in, that would be fantastic. That would make a great video. People keep saying political things to me. That's why I vote for it. I'm just saying what needs to be said because people say things and I gotta say things too. That's all. Things get said here, things get said there, words occur. It's just the way of the words, okay? You know, what Rachel and I did for a while on the way back from Laughlin, which was kind of fun, is I've got this song. Well, we were listening to, I don't know, YouTube, when you push certain things, it starts sending you on its own little journey. And I'm not exactly sure. We must have gotten on the TWFP Music Uploads playlist or something, but I was playing all kinds of weird old things that I made a long time ago that I don't even remember. And but one of the cool things that it played was, I'll get the link for it right now. Let's see. I have to go over here. And then I'm going to push channel search. Beat 2. It's fun beat to rap over. 11 minutes. So Rachel and I played drive down the highway and rap over this beat. That was a fun activity. I'll put it more here. I'll turn it up a little bit. This is a perfect beat to practice freestyling to. I never I never made a song out of it. I just let it be what it was, you know? You gotta let a thing be what it is. And this here song is not really a song. Instead, it's a thing you want to rap along with when you sing it too. You can make it up as you go. It's really easy for you or me or Sue or Joe or whoever wants to try this activity. This beat's nice and easy because it's slow and steady and it got a nice bounce too. You can rap and you can make a thing and go and like it too. It's like, it's perfect for that. It just goes on for 11 minutes too. You can sing freestyle over it easy too. Oh, I forgot to put the link. There it is. Yeah, you can sing freestyle over this. It's such a good beat. Ooh, yeah. This beat makes you want to rap as you drive. You can drive and drive and drive and drive and arrive, and you will rap the whole couple dozen of lives if you rap the whole time when you were driving before you arrived at the place where you were going to. Then you would have been a lot of time of rapping when you were driving there before you arrived. Hopefully you arrived then alive, so you recall all the words that you said when you were driving from before. Unless you were dead, then you wouldn't have to recall, because what would be the point then? After all, you'd be headed to the ground under wind, under which time 6 feet of earth you become the worm's food, and then a dearth of further activity ends your story, and there'd be no point and no glory in having done all the rapping all the way as you drove, like you were doing this, like yo, we're going pro. You know, when I took a road trip by myself, back when I didn't have a girlfriend, I just played this thing on loop and just meow all the way down the road. You know, it's a fun game. Look at that, there's a cactus on the left of me here. I can see it, do you see it, my dear? It's pretty clear through the window. It's got the pointed things, they're called spines. It's a cactus because that's why it whines, it lacks water. It says, I need more, that's why it's got the spiny attitude. That's why it's called a whore by the other plants, because it's so desperate for the water that it seeks. It's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun beat to rap over. It is 11 minutes, so you know you won't run out of it that fast. I don't know. I made that song a long time ago. I forgot all about it until I played it in the car. Another great song that I forgot all about until I played it in the car. This is probably the highlight of the weird shit that I played. Was this thing called something about peahens and their chickens? It only has one lyric in it the whole way through. It's, you don't need to worry. Basically, the message of it is, listen, peacock, you don't need to worry. I'm not going to hurt your little chickens. And then she says, those aren't chickens. It doesn't matter. Same applies. That's the whole song. It just repeats that over and over again. It made me laugh. It's called Lady Peahen and the Pea Chickens. It's only got 1 like and 94 views.
Chickens, I said I know, but the same applies. I told the lady peahen, I know that to you, your chicken. She said they're not chickens. I said I know, but the same applies. I told the lady peahen, I know that to you, your chicken. She told me they're not chickens. I said I know, but the same applies. I told that lady peahen, I ain't no threat to your little chickens. She said they're not
but the same applies. It comes from a Beck song. It's from Odelay. It's from a song on Odelay. That was a good drum break. Balls and cans and just clap your hands and just clap your hands. It comes from Where It's At. That's the song it's from. I used to say, that was a good bong rip when I pulled a good bong rip. I don't really do that anymore because I don't really get bell ringers that I used to. I don't know, weed doesn't seem to do anything to me at all. Anyway, if you want to practice freestyling, practice that. And I was glad and happy to see that Rachel felt comfortable enough to participate in it, regardless of, you know, being a beginner at it or whatever. Because it's fun. Even if you're not any dumb, it's fun, and people are embarrassed or ashamed to try it or something. But it doesn't matter if it sucks or not or whatever. It's fun. It's a fun activity. A good way to pass the time as you drive down the road, you know? I give you all permission to do it shittily. And you should give yourself permission to do it shittily as well. That's the thing. It's like, even if you don't have to be quick with the words, right? There's plenty good NI freestyling too. It's just more, you have one idea, and you could, you know, you get it exactly right. For a long thing like that, you could, in theory, approach it as like chunk it out into different NI ideas, exercise them like that. Like if you're gonna, you know, like Visalia. That's some NI freestyling for you. I'm from Visalia. I'm from Visalia. Yeah, you already told me that. You can stop telling me that now. I'm from Visalia. I'm from Visalia. And the thing is, you got to get the idea that you're trying to capture one musical idea that's going to be able to fit into the existing musical fabric that you can keep, that you can work off of as a central thing. Whereas I don't operate like that really. But they're both viable ways of doing things. The one thing that you can guarantee, no matter what, is that if you can tell at the beginning of a song that Eric's playing the drums, immediately turn that song off. Just trust me. No good follows from Eric playing the drums. I've been listening to a bunch of my old back catalog yesterday. That guy, that Eric, is such an incredibly shitty drummer. His drumming fucks up everything that he makes, that he drums on. And in general, that he chose to include that drums is proof that his artistic decision making was not very good at the time. What was gratifying was listening to shit I produced a few years ago versus shit I've produced like recently, and just how much better the new stuff sounds. It's so much better mastered and so much bigger and louder, and like Basanti's Ghost, also known as Paranormal Stuff. That song's huge. That song's like fucking booming. I really like the way that song sounds in the car, you know. It fits in perfectly well with any kind of like produced music I hear. That's not usually the case for my stuff. Usually I can tell it's not quite up to snuff, you know. Well, it's like, okay. Also, Scorpion Scat, right? So we start. And that was another song. I'm playing the drums. So just watch out for those in general. But if Corey's doing vocals, then you're in much better hands. But in general, watch out for songs where I'm playing the drums. Regardless, and he goes, a multitude of scorpions is called a pride of scorpions. A multitude of scorpions is called a pride of scorpions. A multitude of scorpions is called a pride of scorpions. A pride of what? A pride of scorpions. So, that's like an NI thing that he was doing over the drum beat, right? Yeah, Scorpion Scat. And, he also, then he'd do little things in between the chorus where it'd be like, El Scorpion is on autobus. El Scorpion is à la plage. A multitude of scorpions is called the pride of scorpions. A multitude of scorpions is called the pride of scorpions. The thing is, I can never remember the thing that I want to go back to, usually. Sometimes I have a thing I want to go back to, and I can't remember exactly how it went until I had to go back and listen to it. I go, I wish I could have gone back there to that thing. That's what I was trying to go back to. I couldn't remember what it was. Because it never occurred to me in the first place that was the thing, maybe, until, like, right after it occurred. And then I thought, oh, maybe that's the thing. It's like, it doesn't occur to me that's the thing, and that I go back to it until right before I realize, oh, I should go back to that thing now. Oh, that's the thing that I should go back to, and that's the thing. That knowledge occurs at the same moment, right before it's time for that to happen. And I can never have time for me to remember what the thing was. You see my problem. So then I end up doing something different. If I'm freestyling. If there was even a thing to begin with. They're not always a thing. Sometimes there is, though. Like a hook, you know. But it doesn't just have to be a hook. It could be like a part that clearly goes between two things, you know? I don't know. I don't know all the music words for it all, but music words, schmusic birds. That's what I say about that. I could never try to figure it all out anyway. It's too complicated. It's just like, if you've ever tried to do music theory, it's like, oh, this is complicated. I don't want to learn all this shit. It's hard, you know? I know the basics, but if you really want to learn music theory, like you can read music and shit, oh my god. Okay. Here's some sheet music. First, sing the topmost note of these chords that you see written in as a melody line. Now sing the middle one. Sight reading like that? Oh my god, that's so hard. It is so fucking hard. I don't know if you've ever tried it or not. I could do it a little bit, but oh my god. No, they gave you the first note, so they don't expect you to have perfect pitch, okay? They don't. That's the only thing they don't expect you to have is perfect pitch. I've been tested in this sight reading shit since I was both in boys choir and then the one quarter I took music theory in college. So I didn't do it during high school at all, but I did it as a boy, and I did it again for the one semester I took music theory in college. Anyway, they give you the first note, and then you're supposed to just look at the notes with like the quarter note, dotted quarter note or whatever, and get the rhythm and the melody correct of something you've never seen before. It's like, Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm never gonna be able to get this right. It's the rhythm I can't get right. It's like it just doesn't come together for me. I can get I can get the notes right maybe, but getting the rhythm too? Fuck that noise, man. I have to hear it. I have to hear it first. If I can't hear it, then I'm just this is too much work for no reason. I can see. Well, it's like learning to, it's like learning another language and speaking with something other than your tongue. Okay, that's what it is, basically. You're learning a new language that requires you to speak with something other than your tongue. That's pretty hard, you know? It's like, okay, in general, the problem with music is this. You gotta SI the shit out of something until it becomes, like, learned. Like, for example, none of us have to practice our multiplication tables once we got them down, right? We learned them as little kids. None of us have to go back and go, okay, I better practice on multiplication tables today. 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 3 is 9. You know, we just know it forever. It just stays there. But, like, let's say you... And with drums, it's kind of like that, okay? So let's say you're trying to get you're trying to first learn to do something like this, where you're going, because at first drums are very unnatural if you're an adult learning how to play drums, because they're requiring you to integrate all 4 of your things, at least 3 of them, okay? But at least 3. So you got your kick drum going, right? And then you got your hi-hat going like this. So this foot goes like this, right? Right, just getting to do that is hard if you don't know how to do that yet. Once you can do that, then you understand how to learn drum things. The problem with drums is they're not conducive to extroverted intuition. You need to learn things. You can't just fuck around on them. You're never going to sound good on the drums unless you're clean and tight and knowing exactly what you're doing and exactly when you're changing. That's your whole point, right? So I'm inherently a handicap with drums. So then, that's if you're just using 3 things. If you're using 4 things, which you should use when you're doing drums, at least 4 things sometimes, then you're also opening and closing the hi-hat with this leg. So it's not just, you know, it's not just all the time. Sometimes it's like, you know, like that. So you got to open and close. You got to learn how to do that then. I never even learned how to do that properly. Because, like, okay, this is getting too, like, learny. I don't want to learn a whole bunch of things, you know? Come on now. No, any style doesn't do well with any kind of drums. Drums are not an extroverted intuitive activity, okay? Every time you can tell somebody's using extroverted intuition in their drumming, they're terrible drummers. Either because they're complicated jazz drummers, they're doing something unnecessary, right? Drums are about doing exactly the right thing all the way through, exactly the right way, and changing in exactly the right way at the right moment, and accentuating and playing with exactly the song as it should be. Good drums make the song the master. So the accents go along with the vocal accents and stuff like that, or contrast against them or something, right? A good. The only complicated drummer who can pull it off really is Ringo. Ringo is a fantastic drummer, and he's also quite complicated, but he's also way low in the mix. Too low in the mix, if you ask me. But Ringo's a genius. No, it's an NI judgment. I'm saying that's bad music. It's not because I don't like it. It's because it's bad. There is music that I don't like that's not bad, but that's not an example of it. Like, one of the only things that Rachel and I really disagree about musically, or that sticks out anyway, is she likes the Talking Heads and I don't really like the Talking Heads. And the reason is because the vocalist of the Talking Heads neglected his duty to be primarily a voice of NI as the lead vocalist, and instead indulged in his NE and made it suck, in my opinion. But I recognize that it's good, high quality music. When I listen to the whole thing, when he's not singing, I recognize, it's much more easy for me to recognize it, but I can see that there's genius in there throughout. I just can't stand his vocals. So in that sense, I don't like his vocals, and therefore I don't like Talking Heads. But I'm wrong if I say they're not great. Because they are. That's just a taste difference. That's an FI difference. If Rachel liked Kings of Leon, she'd be wrong. But she doesn't, unfortunately. I've never met anybody who's got such good taste in music before. Never. I never even thought it was possible. Rachel's got fantastic taste in music, and she knows everything, too. It's like, I rarely encounter a song that I play for her that she doesn't already know. Rarely. Sometimes. Okay. Alright, Kings of Leon are better than Dave Matthews. Okay, alright. They're better than Dave Matthews Band. That's an olive branch. Okay? They're better than Dave Matthews Band. They're better than construction noises from next door. They're better than the sound of that blowtorch blasting your eardrums if you're wearing headphones. They're better than that. A little bit. They're better than the sound of anguished wails by pigs being mangled in machinery. By a solid margin, really. Pretty good margin on that one. They're considerably better than that. We had this weird experience in the thrift store Rachel and I did, where this lady came up to us. So I was making this short. I was looking at this album cover. It had these two brothers on it. It was like their band was called like Jeremy and Chad or something. It was like two names, right? And I said, I'm not sure if this is Jeremy or Chad, But he's definitely a serial killer, because he really looked like a serial killer. He looked like a 1970 whatever. Anyway, this lady came up to us and was like, "Really? Is he really a serial killer?" You know, she's like, she reminds me of my ex-assistant at work, Ruby. Okay, so the thing is, one thing that Ruby taught me is they're not faking it. They aren't faking it, okay? That thing that they're doing is not like an act or character or something. She was genuinely saying, "Really? Is he a serial killer?" And I said, "No, we're just making a joke about it." And then she saw in the bin, I guess, maybe, an Elvis record. And then she told us this story about Elvis Presley. You guys want to hear it? I wasn't filming her, but I hadn't pushed stop on the recording. So I still got the audio of it. I just gotta find it. It's just like the picture is just like the floor or whatever, but you can hear. Alright, oh yeah, this one. How is Chad and Jeremy? See?
Only a serial killer.
I think it was 1970, 70, I think.
Wow.
He was so nice.
He was nice?
He was beautiful. Oh my God. I gave my aunt, sure. Signed them all. But we're never selling these. We're holding on to
Oh
them
yeah,
forever.
that's like
You
a
know, you
totally
can't find-
cherished thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got those put away.
Rachel Effie and that lady. That's what I call that video. Rachel Effie's that lady. While Eric looks bored. I was kind of interested in it, like, initially, and then I realized there wasn't any more to the story. That was the problem. It's like, I initially got interested. Oh, you met Elvis in 1970? But when I realized that there wasn't anything to the story except she got some shit signed and he was nice and she cherished it forever, it's just like, okay, well now that story's not interesting anymore. So not like they went and did coke in the hotel room or something. Now, that would have been an interesting story. I went and did coke with Elvis in a hotel room. That's a story I want to hear about, you know? That's definitely a story I want to hear about. I don't want to hear that you got something signed and cherished it forever for no reason, really, but that's fine. I'll nod politely, but Rachel will do the work for me, knowing that I'm not going to probably do it. She just scrambles to cover, I guess. Yeah, fake happy. I mean, the thing is, Rachel doesn't give a fuck about shit like that. Cherishing things like that. She doesn't. She's not like that at all. She's not an SFJ, you know. That's SFJ shit. But she's good at echoing, you know, providing the value, the SFJ values that SFJs want to hear. She's good at voicing those. So that makes them happy, I guess. Really makes both of them happy, I don't know. Right? It makes Rachel feel slightly less indifferent and makes the lady happy. It makes me go, oh, that's kind of cool, watching that whole thing happen. Not the story about Elvis, which turned out to be boring, but this whole dynamic here. You know. There could be a lot of good stories involving Elvis if you think about it. You start a story with meeting Elvis, you're off to a good start. You're off to a good start in your story. You're old, probably. You met him in 1970. Like, I wasn't even born in 1970, so this lady, I don't know how old she was. She was older than me, but maybe she couldn't have been more than like 20 years old when she met him, probably. Maybe she was younger than that. Who knows? But why would she cherish this thing for the rest of her life? Because Elvis was nice? Well, it's like George Carlin said, you know. George Carlin said the wisest shit about that. He's like, oh yeah, anytime anybody comes up to me, asks for an autograph or whatever, I am so nice. I'm super, you want a picture? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And somebody asks me one, I'm like, because I put in 5 minutes, I get this like adoring fan for the rest of my life. People are funny that way. Well, at least SFJs are. I was born in 71. I'm Gen X. I just look old. I look a little less old when I'm a little less shaggy. I could probably use a shave and a haircut. 2 bits. A shave and a haircut's not 2 bits, though, I'll tell you. Who's our current Mr. X? I don't know what Mr. X is. Miss X. I'm tired all of a sudden. I'm no hippie. For fuck's sake, I'm no hippie. Like, who would ever mistake me for a hippie? I'm the least hippie person in the world. Sure, I went to UC Santa Cruz. Chalk it up to you. Chalk it up to youthful inexperience. Yeah, I live in California. But I don't like hippies. Hippies are fucking stupid old boomers who are like attached to the 60s or something. Yeah, that's what I think of hippies as being. Dirty old boomers who are attached to the 60s. Or dirty young kids who are just fucking slovenly and useless. Hey, I got a monopoly on slovenly and useless, alright? Those fuckers are just imitating. And they're doing a bad job of it. I'm not that chill. I'm chill in my delivery right now. But you really think about it, few of the things I've said have been chill. Mostly it's incendiary, confrontational, condescending, unnecessarily assertive, negationary, or otherwise at least somewhere tinged with a dab of assholery. But sometimes I'm chill in my delivery, and that does help a lot, for sure. You coat enough coats of FE sweetness around things, people will fucking gladly chew on a poo, it seems. It's a sad reality of our times. There's a really bright and shiny truth. It's about keeping people healthy. Stop, like, putting shiny things on your actual advocacies. You know? Just say what you're actually advocating instead of trying to position it as something all the time. Together we're gonna meow. Fuck off. Whenever anybody starts with together we're gonna, I just immediately, before they even get past we're gonna, it's fuck off. Okay? That's what we're gonna do. Together we're gonna fuck off. I don't want to hear your shit, you know. Don't together me. I am not part of your whatever, so just shut the fuck up. Isn't that fair? That seems reasonable. Like, just don't together me. Heroes don't work here. Heroes never worked here. Okay? I mean, climate change is going to be impactful to the extent that we fail to adapt to it in negative ways. It's going to be impactful in ways that if we successfully adapt to it, that we aren't going to notice so much. There may be a black swan that's some sort of new technological advancement that allows us to sequester existing carbon in a more cost-effective way than we currently have. But even the status quo, there are a shit ton of different ways we can sequester carbon that are relatively low cost, simple solutions. It's just a matter of regularly implementing them, and there's no real movement to do so. Things like iron seeding have been attempted and been successful in the South Arctic seas. Additionally, perhaps you're familiar with my advocacy that we breed and release into the oceans shit tons of sea otters. Are you familiar with my advocacy? Mr. knows everything about climate change? Have you thought about that? Because it's true. I have an advocacy that what we should do is breed a bunch of sea otters here on the land in some seawater, okay? And then let them go in the ocean, okay? And then what do sea otters do? They eat sea anemones. They eat a lot of sea anemones. Sea otters, they swim around a lot, they look cute, they rub their little faces, all that takes calories. And what do they like to eat more than anything else? Sea anemones. And what's the number one consumer of kelp in all of the oceans? Why? I'll tell you. It's sea anemones. So, by reducing the sea anemone population dramatically, by dramatically increasing the sea otter population, we will allow massive blooms of kelp, which will successfully take in carbon and put out oxygen at an alarming rate. At an alarming rate. So until you've heard about my sea otter advocacy, you aren't really informed about climate change. It's true. I have evidence cards for it even. I cut cards for this case. It's called my, what do you call a squirrel in debate? It's my squirrel argument. You run a regular case, and then you add that as its own block, as a separate argument, okay? And then if you lose everything else, you go, hey, did you forget my sea otter plan? You had nothing to say about it. You just said that's not going to work or whatever. You didn't even have any evidence about it. I read cards proving that this is going to work. And look, Judge, I know we lost the shit out of this round, but this is a round deciding point. This is the voter. So give them the low point. Give us a low point win. Give them higher speaks, but give us a low point win. We got a lot of low point wins with that shit. Sea otters. That's how we solve climate change. We all gotta start fucking sea otters. We need to breed human sea otter hybrids. That way, half the time we'll be creating the problem, half the time we'll be solving it. Hilarious jokes. That was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one right there. I tell you, they should enter that in some kind of joke contest. Along with that joke that Winston's mom made the other day, which was, nah, your mom was always a slut. That was just, at that moment, was just so perfect. Because, you know, before we talk about all the other policies you have in mind, you have to hear, you ought to hear my proposal first. Good one, Melting Zero. That's a good one. I like it. Like, let's say, instead of Katy Perry singing that song, it was, Billy Idol. It'd be a much weirder song. I kissed a girl and I liked it. He could be snarling the whole time. Or imagine if instead of a living creature were a volcano singing the song, and it was just a metaphor for burning alive a lady in molten magma. It would be a secret, tragic song. You know what's a tragic song that you don't realize is a tragic song until like the last verse of it is the first time you hear it, you know? Is Pale Blue Eyes. You don't quite get what's going on, right? The whole song, the last verse of it is, it was good what we did yesterday, and I do it once again. The fact that you are married only proves you're my best friend. And it's truly, truly a sin. So that's the last verse of this. Pale Blue Eyes is a really long song, right? And then it's got like 5 or 6 verses of lyrics, like that much lyrics. It's got like 5 or 6 of those size chunks, you know. Maybe even 7, I don't know. But it's a really genius composition. I'll tell you that. It's a real piece of work. It's dark. Like Sweet Nothing is dark too. We listened to a little bit of Velvet Underground yesterday. You know why we listen to Sweet Nothing? Because YouTube picked for us incorrectly a Leonard Skinner song. We listened to it for a while, and I was like, what is this song? And I was like, oh, it's Oh Sweet Nothing by the Velvet Underground. But I knew it sounded more well-produced than that. So I thought maybe it was like remastered or something. But it was a Leonard Skinner song that just sounded exactly the same. I don't know if you guys know which Leonard Skinner song I'm talking about. I could find it in my history if I really looked. But this is Leonard Skinner's song that sounds exactly the same as "Oh Sweet Nothing" by the Velvet Underground. So much so that until I started singing, yeah, there's a lot of depressing VU lyrics. Say a word for Jimmy Brown. Ain't got nothing at all. Not the shirt upon his back. He ain't got nothing at all. That's fucking, it's really. And he says, "Oh, sweet nothing. I ain't got nothing at all." It's just like super sad. Even Perfect Days got like this really sad undertone to it, you know. It's such a perfect day. Sangria in the park. And later on, when it gets dark, such a perfect day. Dun, 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 dun. It's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Bum 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 bum. It's such a perfect day. As almond milk is good. Yeah, I'm fading for sure. I'm tired. I'm super tired, and I'm thinking about music. Like every time I can't sing Perfect Day hardly anymore without hearing Tiffany. That was the problem. I'm horrible. We're falling off in the sky. I want some of my milk, 'cause all my milk is gone. Hi, Winston's mom. How are you? You left your wallet in El Segundo? You got to get it? You got to get it? Oh my God, everybody. Michelle left her wallet in El Segundo. I left my wallet in El Segundo. I left my wallet in El Segundo. I left my wallet in El Segundo. I got to get it. I got to get it. Yeah. Who isn't a Thin Lizzy fan? Me, I'm not a Thin Lizzy fan, but I'm not really familiar with their music at all, so I have no opinion about them. You know what's another really good Lou Reed song is? Satellite of Love. Satellites gone down from the sky. Out of my mind. I've been for a little while. They like to watch things on TV. Ba-da-dum, 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 bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Satellite of satellite. Isn't that great? It's such a great composition. It's just so magically right. Stacy's Mom is a really good song too. It's a song that has a lot of replayability because of just how it's written. It's got enough weirdness to it that you can continue listening to it again and again without getting sick of it. That's the ideal kind of song. Is the one you want. You want that quality. It's not. It's difficult to get. Difficult to find. But I found this song that I haven't listened to in a long time. Listening to these songs yesterday that I actually like quite a bit. I just wish I'd gotten a better main vocal take on it. But it's actually produced pretty well, except for that glaring error. What is the one that goes? Maybe I'll just find it. It's the song with the fa la 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 la's in it. I can't remember the words or anything, but I just have to find it. Fa la la la. It's a good song. There's no point in me trying to sing it. I'll just have to find it. It's just not a great. Like I said, the main vocal take of it is not very good. Of me, it needs more. It's like I just used the low voice. I should use the low and the high voice the whole time. That was dumb of me, but I was young and stupid then. Whenever I was that I made this song. What is this song even called? I have no idea. Look at my history. See, I never freaking watched this video. I never watched any seconds of that video. It just auto-played in ways I didn't want. Tiger and cat not so different. Stop crediting that thing with the video. I never watched that thing. I never watched my dad brought a kitten frozen stiff back to life. It was just auto-played for me for a second while I wasn't doing something on my phone. Why? Oh, because I don't know why these things get recommended to me. Listen here, YouTube. I don't want that depressing animal shit. Even if it's not depressing. Okay, I know why. Because I really enjoyed this one video of this baby monkey trying to prevent this kitten from getting to this other cat. And it really made me laugh. I so much so that I showed it to Rachel later on. So that's probably why I got that shit now. But that's different. That was a funny video. I'll find that video for you too. Because when you hear this video, when you see this video, you'll see you can't help but laugh at this monkey and this kitten. It's just so funny. It's like, oh, monkey, you're getting this whole thing wrong. That's not. You're worried about this kitten, but you don't need to be that worried about it. It's fine. Let's see. Where is it? I gotta find this video for you of the cat and the baby monkey. There it is. I guess it was this one I was watching. Let me start it back over at the beginning. I don't want your timestamp, mister. No and t equals anything. Okay, just get rid of the and t equals part. Nobody wants that. Least of all me. Stop being a dick. Just go. God. Okay, here. Everybody should watch this video of a baby monkey. Wait, this is the right one? Did I give you the wrong one? Oh, this is the right one. This is the right one. Monkey. Anyway, I don't know. What was I talking about before I got on track about that monkey? Something about that monkey makes me laugh. It's like, why is that monkey so interested in that kitten? That kitten's not that monkey's problem. That monkey needs to worry about himself. Instead, he's worrying so much about this cat. What was I looking for before that? I was looking for some song. What song was it? Does anybody remember what I was looking for? Yeah, we lost like a couple $100, and then we decided to just stop gambling and spend our money on whippets instead. What was I looking for before I was looking for that thing I just shared about the monkey? I was looking for something else. A song or something? Some kind of a song that I heard when I was in the car yesterday. And what was it about? Well, we just played some machines for a little while. Gambling's dumb. I realize that every time I do it, I lose a couple $100. I'm just like, okay, I'm done with this. This is stupid. What was I going to look for before this, though, is the question. That's the question I'm trying to answer here. Nobody's helping me. I'm getting no help from anybody. Your lecture from Robert Sapolsky rolled over in my dreams from why zebras don't get ulcers to why Tiffany was talking about zebras, and I woke to hear host Eric Sherman. Like zero. Then like pick a color. You know? I'll take stripes for good luck for those horses. What was I looking for before that? I wonder. Oh, that song. Right. That song. I remember now. Thank you for the reminder, mind of a girl. You are a hero. Heroes work here. Which heroes? You. Where? Here. Heroes work here. It's called Frances Gathered Up Her Lover. It's a good song.
She left at 16. Francis Goss. They had to overwinter such. They broke the snow on April 3rd. Beneath the warnings of the birds. Though Keith was weakened by the trip.
I'm fond of the fa la la la's in the song. It's got a good use of fa la la la's. We saw some raccoons. Speaking of things that get nasty if cornered and may carry rabies, we saw not one, not two, but 3 raccoons. I did anyway. Rachel wasn't with me actually; she was sleeping. But it was the middle of the night, I went down and walked by the river, and there were 3 raccoons, and they were wading in the river, like digging for something. Here, I'll show you. I got a video of them. You don't have to believe me. You can believe this video instead. Let's see. Where are my raccoons? Here they are. Where's one of the raccoons? See, it's in the Colorado River.
This is what raccoons do in the Colorado River at night.
See? I wasn't lying. There really were 3 raccoons in the river. You thought I was lying. I wasn't. I wasn't lying. We got a couple of okay couples pictures. I try to get some good couples pictures, you know. Probably the best one is this one that this German tourist took for us. We just asked the tourists, they didn't know they were German until after we asked them. But then it was obvious they were German. This one came out pretty good. Because they talked to each other in German, you know, so it was obvious that they were German. Otherwise, why would they be talking to each other in German? They wouldn't. I got some good scenery pictures. Nobody cares about scenery pictures really that much, but like that's a pretty good scenery picture. If you wanted to advertise the Colorado River or whatever, that's a pretty good scenery. It looks kind of blurry in this. All right, now it kind of came into focus. Almost. Anyway, it's a pretty good scenery picture. That's the point I'm trying to make. That scenery. I haven't looked at it on the big screen yet, so I haven't really confirmed that. I need to look at things up here on the TV before I actually have any opinion about them. Here's an as yet to be published short for as yet to be published short. I haven't even made it yet, but Tiffany at the Italian restaurant. Oh my God, these red cartons are beautiful. That's all it is. That's all she's saying. We might just upload that as a short. You never know. You never know what's gonna work on the internet. That's the crazy thing about the internet. You just never know what's gonna work on the internet. That's the crazy thing about the internet. Let's try it, pal.
These red curtains are so beautiful.
Says it all. Says it all by saying a lot, by saying nothing.
These red curtains are so beautiful. These red curtains are so beautiful. These red curtains are so beautiful. These red curtains are so beautiful.
OMG. Oh, beautiful. It's good to misspell things, I discovered. So I'll misspell beautiful. Probably help get more views that way. You know. Can't hurt. Such a mystery. But not really that much of a mystery, as we've discussed before. Okay, not entirely a mystery. It's a partial mystery. It's a 2/3 mystery. Somewhere between a 1/3 and a 2/3 mystery. But not precisely half a mystery. I even made that shot. I must be on a roll today. Well, I guess my roll's ending because it's time to stop streaming and it's time to start living. Today's the day. Today's day one when I start really living. Today I'm going to seize the horn by the balls and swing it around my head, saying, yip-de-dee-doo, here we go. Have a great day. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. I love you all very much. I hope Oh, it was, but it's not anymore at this moment. Now I'm living my best life. It's even better than this. Presumably. It's just something else. Probably just me making something else. Or actually, probably me cleaning up. I see these dirty dishes. I see this unpacked, like yet to be unpacked stuff from the trip. I see in general stuff that needs to be cleaned up and needs to be finished, and I might end up doing that. I might, amp up and do that. Now, this stream's been fantastic, actually. I've enjoyed it a lot. Thank you all for being here. I hope I won't cringe too much when I'm listening to it back as I clean. God bless you, and God bless America. Rest of the world, God bless you too.